Wait, TCK is here?
Damn it, Danny. Someone break.
He's back! Woo!
The power of the sun.
The biggest
In the palm of your hand. Peter. Otto.
It's good to see you.
That's what it was like seeing this man again.
Good to see you. It is good to see you. He's back. He's back. Oh, fucking get.
Thank you.
My boy is back in the building, everybody. TCK has returned bigger, badder, and better than ever with a vengeance. And look at that hair. I mean, flowing locks. Welcome, everybody, to Kings of Pop Culture.
Season 5. My Miguel season 5.
Stream. Look at those season.
He ran away to Mexico for a little bit, but he came back. It's all good.
He came back.
Sooner or later, he's going to get some cornrows. He confirmed
Can we
this.
get some love in the chat going for TCK? Get some pint emojis up. Like, get some. Let's give my boy his flowers. Like, this. He's back. He is back in town. Not that one. There you go.
Legend.
There you go. So this is a reunion. You're damn right. You're damn right. But it was never a reunion because our man never left. His space was always here. And you know me, I do not turn my back on family. Now, well, good luck with that King Press. I hope you have a blast. And thank you for popping in.
Anthropology. That's what's up.
And
Ooh,
yeah, that's really good. Can't lie, that's really good,
bro.
But welcome to another Kings of Pop Culture stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a juicy one. We've got a lot of topics to get through. We've got a lot of things that we need to say, and we've got a lot of things that we need to address.
But communication, this is what. Yeah.
Communication is so fundamental. If you don't communicate, get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm tired. I'm done. I'm done. You don't communicate, as my man Darius said about a week or two ago. You know, when I said, "Oh, don't let the door hit your ass on the way out." You know what? Actually, I hope it hits you in the fucking head.
Sir,
like, you know,
slip in the mouth.
Like goddamn. But that rant over. Into today's agenda. Danny, read out the agenda you have assembled, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, limit on swearing going forward as well. So that was just my little rant.
So, yeah, it's been a while since we talked about this subject. We're gonna be talking about Star Wars a little bit. We're gonna be talking about Daisy Ridley. She's coming back. Apparently, I think this is gonna be fun. Anyway, let's do. And for our DC segment, oh boy, I got a lot. You know, tonight's stream, I'm gonna have a lot of Black Force energy tonight because, like,
Air.
Whatever. I'm making it up. I'm just tired. Okay, I'm tired. So, yes, we're gonna be talking about good old James Gunn. Woo, James Gunn. Boy. You really are just trying to piss off everybody, man. So yeah, apparently James Gunn is like going at Henry Cavill fans and dissing Henry Cavill on the sly. On our other part of DC segment, we're gonna talk about something good too. We're gonna talk about Mark Hamill retiring as the Joker. I think that's pretty good to talk about or whatever. You know, legendary voice actor. As far as Marvel. Gonna be talking about Doctor Strange, the Marvel memory lane that we have constructed. As far as our other Marvel subject is, like Kevin Feige being a little bit in denial of his company right now. That's a whole nother thing. And then we're gonna talk about Cobra Kai season 6 predictions. But I really gotta talk to a couple of fans. They said that Robbie talking about Johnny does not care about his son winning the championship. All right, let's get it in, Mr. Chosen One. The show belongs to you.
Fantastic. Now, so I actually know little about this, but let me just start by saying, am I even surprised in the slightest? No, because when you look at show business and you look at that Disney paycheck, it's pretty like who would say no? Who would say no? And the way Rise of Skywalker ended, I think we're all in unanimous agreement here. It ended in such a way where, let's just say, that ending is a prime example of how you end it is as important as ending it. So that is a quick side note. But I'm really not surprised that this is potentially a thing, because this happens a lot with Star Wars actors. This has happened in the past where, you know, they try and branch out and do other things and it never really ends up working. And that's just, I think, just one of the things that ends up happening. It's happened to, like I say, when you look at the Star Wars franchise and how many actors have tried to branch out, like Mark Hamill is known for his role as the Joker, but other than that, not
Luke
a whole lot.
Skywalker.
Like Harrison Ford,
That's
you
really
know,
it. He's really the only
like
one.
Harrison Ford has probably done the most, like out of everyone
Yeah.
else. Like you've got like your staples like Ewan McGregor or Ian McDiarmid, who's a classic Shakespearean actor. You got Oscar Isaac, John Boyega, but by and large, most of the main Star Wars, like, you know, contingent are very much defined by their Star Wars roles. So it doesn't really surprise me that Daisy Ridley will come back. Now, I don't know if, because then that brings up the question of will John Boyega return alongside? Now, I'm sure we would all absolutely love that, to let my boy get, you know, his absolute due. And yo, Shamoon,
What's
my
up?
boy absolute due, and, you know, give him the saber and not treat him like the token black sidekick you see in every movie, which is not what his character was set up to be. But just on the aspect of Daisy coming back alone, I'm really not surprised, and I'm not really against it either. Like, I think there's more you can tell with Rey's story, and I think there's a lot more. There's so many other places you can take it. The only issue is it now opens up a can of worms of she's not a Skywalker. You know, like it's like, yeah, I don't like it either. I'm not a huge fan of it. That whole Rey Palpatine thing. But there's not your canon and then my canon. There's just one canon. So the canon is she's a Palpatine by cloning and blood, and a Skywalker by adoption, if we want a bit like symbolically. So for me, I think a return for the character of Rey, especially if Finn is involved or Poe is involved, you can do a lot with that. Now, I want to piggyback this to you, Darius, to see what you think about it. What's your thoughts on this whole potential thing of Daisy Ridley coming out and saying that she would be open to the return of it all after, guys, come on, after the return of, you know, all the damage that's been done since the sequels?
I mean, like you said, I'm not surprised. For some reason, she hasn't been getting consistent work, which I don't understand why. It's not like she was bad. She was actually, I think she's a great actress. Like,
oh yeah, she's good.
People think of them, like, I don't think she was the problem, but
Nah.
It's just the storytelling. It's just the writing.
Yeah.
So I don't know why she wasn't getting work, but if she's coming back, I mean,
Disney money.
Like, this is one of those things where you can't be afraid to go back to something just because people don't like it. Like, you can't just shy away from it because of what happened in the past. Like, try to fix it. Like, don't just pussyfoot around it and be like, yeah, we're just gonna leave this alone.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, we just have to like soft reboot it. No. You can just say, yeah, it happened, and just move forward. Like,
because if that was the case, people forget this, but if that was the case, we wouldn't have gotten Clone Wars. So they could have just left it at that.
We wouldn't have half the stuff we have now if it was run like that.
Yeah. Every time you make a mistake, you can't just go back and be like, we're just not gonna touch it. Like, nah, you can try to fix it. And the writer they have on board for this movie, Damon Lindelof, he's a good writer.
Oh, wait, is that who they've got on there?
Yeah.
Wait, so is this like official?
Yeah. He's writing a movie.
Oh, look.
We just didn't know what it is yet or what but
from what I was looking up, like on CBR, they were saying like it was they're just interviewing her and saying like, you know, just asking the question like, hey, if you was to go back as Rey, if you wanted to, if Star Wars hit you up, would you go back as Rey? She said absolutely. Like,
also, I looked this. So there's a well-known Star Wars insider, and on Twitter, he posted a picture of Rey, basically hinting that she's coming back. And there's been other people that have some insider knowledge that basically say that this new movie will be sequel era. Rey won't be the main character. She won't be the main character, but she'll be in it, like in a big role.
Okay, I think that's a good way to play it. That's a good way to play it. I think you don't really necessarily need to make her the lead going forward, but you can still have her involved. Like, you don't have to focus the whole story on her, so to speak. It's just one of them kind of things where I think the fan base is so reactionary and so toxic to any slight announcement or any any little news of Star Wars medium that breaks, you know, they just go and just like lose their shit. You know, it's like just reel it back in, dial it back. It's not that big of a deal. And we're at a point now where there's so much Star Wars to go around. You know, I'm kind
you
of
can literally,
like,
You
I
can literally,
literally
if you don't like it, just don't watch.
I think
There's other eras.
I think with a better script, I think Daisy Ridley could do even more. Personally,
yeah.
for me,
And
you know?
like I said,
And
Damon
bring
Lindelof.
Ben Stiller back.
Damon Lindelof, you can't always go based on people's past work, but the guy's a good writer. He has a track record. You can look it up. Like
Yeah,
he's
like
written
you
some
can't, like
great
it's like
TV.
we said before, you can't always go based off of that, but it's always important, you know, when knowing what we brought in. Like he's done from Star Trek Into Darkness, World War Z, Prometheus, The Hunt,
Pretty good stuff.
Cowboys and Aliens. So this is right up his. This is right up.
That was during the writer's strike, so I don't blame him for that.
But he's yeah, that was doing a very.
Just believe that never happened. Like
Daniel Craig in it.
Yeah,
Huh?
it did.
Yeah.
Yep.
That movie.
Daniel Craig, Harrison Ford, Olivia Wilde, Sam Rockwell.
It had a
All
cast. That's not the
Yeah,
problem.
that's some mad casting.
It's a great cast. It's just the movie.
But also,
Cool.
Oscar Isaac said that he's willing to come back if the story's right, and he's already working with Disney with
and bringing it back to what I was saying earlier on, that you know, if Oscar and Daisy are both willing to come back, then the likelihood that John will come back is
I think John said he would
if they come back, he would.
If they would, yeah.
it's like John is rightfully mad at Disney or whatever.
They'll have to beg him to come back. They'll have to literally get on their knees.
They probably what he probably make them do is like, hey, I gotta at least have a lightsaber, and like I gotta have some.
They might let him headline his own project. To be honest, he might do his own thing, which would be cool.
We could hope.
I mean, we can live and hope, and we can live and pray. But I'm crossing my absolute fingers that there's a high chance that that's the case, you know.
And I like that they're saying that this movie is a standalone for now, but if it does well, they do more of them. So I'm like, they're not trying to rush another trilogy, like be like, yeah, we're doing another,
which is good. They're just gonna dabble their feet in it and just see what happens. Which is
say what you want. I think the Star Wars, like the one-offs, like Rogue One and Solo, those are great movies.
Yeah. Like, Solo is heavily underrated. Like it's not amazing.
Solo is good, man.
Like it's okay. It's good for what it is. It's not amazing, and it's not one I rewatch a lot, but it's okay for what it is. Rogue One has probably the slowest first act of any movie I've ever seen. But from the second act onwards,
that third act.
Oh, that third act is some of the best Star Wars I've seen since Return of the Jedi.
You know. I didn't really care for Solo, but I did like Rogue One though. Like Rogue One was pretty good.
Mm.
So I think they should try to make more of those type movies, like one-offs, and you can connect them together, but like you don't have to make a trilogy. Like we can do away with that whole concept. You don't have. Not everything has to be one.
Yeah, not everything has to be like this massive like whirlpool of whatever, and the universe is at a point where it's so expansive now. I agree, Brian, that Vader scene is always, oh god, like we're at a point now where this universe is so expansive that Rey not necessarily being the main character is very, I can buy that they could do that because they've done it with so many of the shows or with whatever else they're doing. I just hope that it's not reactionary to the way the fans have reacted to things, if that makes sense. You know, it's not.
I think the story will be like we follow some new person who is force sensitive, and
oh god, I wonder if it'll be the Broom Kid.
Yeah, Rey's trying to find force sensitive people, and she just stumbles upon whoever this is when they're having their.
So that's what we're gonna call him now, Broom Kid.
I mean, they've got him. They may as well use him. You know, it's like I'm just at a point where any damage that could have been done to the Star Wars brand has been done already. So I'm just kind of
up.
There's no way they can screw it up even more. They've done so much irreparable damage, like Kenobi. They've done so much irreparable damage that I'm just like, at
this point, we're in the post Rise of Skywalker era. It's the future. Like you're not contradicting anything. You can just make up your own stuff.
Exactly. That's why I like it, is because they're going into territory where it leaves the legacy stuff alone.
So let me ask you this, like, so is this like confirming that this is gonna be like maybe 10 11 and 12, or is this just gonna be like just one?
They say it's just one for now. Like it's just.
Oh, okay.
We don't know
I
how
like
long,
that. You do one movie and just.
we don't know how long. We don't know how long it could be set. 5 years later, it could be set 10 years later. It could be set 1 year later. We don't know when it takes place.
About 5. I'd say about 5 would be a good place to.
Probably on the time like between the last movie and now. I would guess.
Yeah, about 3 to 5 years. And by this time, Rey's like a fully fledged, Jedi and all that, whatever. And then you just sort of like they could use her like how they've used Luke in like all the TV shows and stuff.
She shows up here and there.
Yeah. Like you literally have the sequel trilogy because you don't want to render the ending of, and I know it's not the world's best ending, I get that, but it's still an ending. You don't want to render the ending of Rise of Skywalker absolutely meaningless to the point where it means nothing. So you don't want to render it completely meaningless. And, you still want to keep that ending sort of intact by having it not necessarily be undone by just going, okay, here's the new sequel trilogy, but not the sequel trilogy, if that makes sense. Like you still keep the universe expanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I think is something that they will absolutely do very well, especially with them not having any pressure to, okay, this legacy character needs to appear, that legacy character needs to appear. They can just go into new territory and we can just leave the past, leave the past alone now. Stop pampering.
The only legacy character I think they might do more stuff with is Wedge, because I think there's a story where Wedge, I want this. I want Wedge and Poe to basically do like a Star Wars Top Gun thing where they like train pilots.
Oh,
I would love that.
That would be good.
Because that's what Rogue Squadron is supposed to be like. Because Patty Jenkins said that still might happen. The Star Wars Rogue Squadron thing.
I would freaking love that. A Top Gun movie in space. Come on, that would be so good.
It literally writes itself, dude. Like,
hey man,
you get really need an X-Wing movie. Just think of like Top Gun mixed with Dunkirk. Like mix those two together.
Yeah.
Please.
You could get some.
I would go see that.
Dude, and Oscar Isaac's the perfect person to lead that as Poe, dude. Like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Just get the Top Gun writers.
He was so underutilized in the sequels. Like this dude deserves so much better. Oscar can carry anything by himself.
When you talk about pilots, dude, Poe was insane as a pilot. Like,
he was that guy. Yeah.
It's
you
just
get the.
Oh yeah, that's what I would do. I would split up the trio from the sequel. So you have
I
Rey
agree.
doing Jedi,
like literally
keep them separate.
Keep them separate. So eventually, when you bring them back together, it's a moment of like you earn it kind of thing. You let them go.
So you basically saying like they should do one movie with Rey, one movie with Poe, and one movie with Finn or whatever.
Yeah.
Like
Finn,
life after.
What I would do with Finn is I would have his scrapped arc from Duel of the Fates where he starts a Stormtrooper rebellion.
They could do that literally now. They could do that.
Have a whole movie about that. Like he goes back and
because there'll still be first order factions that are still out there. They could still do that. Have them do that, and then have Poe train pilots, and then all their stories come together. In you give them all an individual story, and then eventually, if it works, and fans have calmed down and stopped getting the knickers in a twist, then potentially, you can bring the three of them back together. That way, it's a moment where even sequel haters, let's say, will look at it and go, "Oh, this is earned."
Give them all the chance. Give them all the chance to develop. And then they all come together. Literally the MCU formula. Just copy it. Just do that shit.
Yeah, why not? They're just down the hall. Like literally, just if it works, it works. Like literally, just chat to Dave and bloody the MCU department and say, "Hey, yo, what's up? Like, can we borrow the formula?" Yeah, of course.
I mean, Kevin Feige's supposed to be producing one, so why not?
He'll probably say to them, "Look, here's the formula. Here you go. Use it."
They're already doing it with the Mandalorian shows.
Doesn't he want to make a Star Wars movie?
Yeah, he's producing one.
Yeah, he's on board as a producer for one. Has there been any news on the Taika Waititi one?
That's probably not happening.
Isn't he doing a trilogy?
Thank Christ for that, because you know what that dude will do. He'll be Taika Waititi, right? It's so predictable. He'll go, "Oh look, I've got a lightsaber." Funny, it's a penis joke.
Taika Waititi. I wouldn't mind if he directs.
Sorry,
he just has
people
to
find
have...
that shit funny. It's stupid. Like it's ridiculous.
Just don't let him write.
Get that shit away from Star Wars.
Taika can direct. Just don't let him write. He's a good director. Just don't let him write.
Yes, what's her name? She wanted to be in a Star Wars movie, and she already was one.
It's ridiculous. Like, I'm sure Taika Waititi would have directed a great movie, or a funny movie, let's say. But no.
I like his episodes of Mando, but he didn't write it, so like that's a difference.
Yeah, like he's done a good couple episodes, and maybe it's me selling him short, but I don't need to see Guardians of the Galaxy in Star Wars. I don't need. It's a completely different universe. I don't need to see it there. It doesn't fit. Don't even. No. Just
didn't Taika say like the thing is because it's not a Skywalker thing? He said, "Oh, there's plenty of places to go with that," but I didn't take that in a good way because of
that scares me.
Love and Thunder.
That scares me. Of like okay, it's not connected to the lineage. I'm gonna do whatever I want.
Dude, honestly, when I think Taika Waititi, I'm thinking Spaceballs, bro. Like,
it's basically what it is.
I can see that. I can totally see that.
I mean, let's not like understand.
Man.
I mean, I think if he was to tell a story about like drug smugglers or something like some like random
he would be good
or something, he could do a good job with that. But
he would be good at that.
I just don't like the guy.
I don't trust him with the Force, the Jedi, and Sith.
Right, he's not good at anything. Don't give credit to
I
him.
mean, he made JoJo. The guy made Jojo Rabbit. I mean,
put it this way: Taika Waititi.
He's good in his other stuff, but don't put him in any big universe because
anything when it comes to superheroes and galaxies far away, he probably needs to stay away from it.
Wonder, but anything continuous or whatever, no. Like he's a good director. Like I don't want to undersell him, but it's just he Star Wars is not synonymous with his style. It
doesn't work.
No. And the fandom is already up in arms as it is. So let's not.
There's a reason we haven't heard much about it. I'm just gonna say that.
I mean, is there any news on Rian Johnson's trilogy that's been happening for the last 10 years?
No, we don't want it to happen anyway. So it's good.
He's too busy making Knives Out, which is good for him.
As he should.
You know what? The day his trilogy releases is the day his season 5 review releases. I've been waiting on it for freaking ages. Like,
I ain't saying nothing. Damn. All right.
Sorry, I just had to. I saw an opportunity and I took it. But it's just sorry. But I mean, it's just like
postponed.
But no, I think we're at an interesting point with Star Wars, and I mean, we've got Ahsoka on the horizon. Like Bad Batch. Like, hey, I tell you what, like the last 2 episodes.
Looks like we're getting back to the plot next week, though. So that's good.
Which is good. Like that when it focuses primarily on the plot and like Crosshair and Cody and the clones and all that kind of stuff, it's good. But these little side missions that they keep doing with Omega, like I'm just like, it's just.
You know what? It reminds me of early Rebels. When Rebels would like do like plot, but then it got good. So that's what I'm thinking is gonna happen.
I'm hoping that's where they go with this because
all of Dave Filoni's shows start that way. Like
that third episode, bro, was freaking cold. I was like, that is one of the best episodes of Star Wars.
Also, Mandalorian on the 1st March.
I'm looking forward.
Here's what they should do with Rey. They should bring Rey back. Have her say one line, so her last line isn't Rey Skywalker. Then kill her.
Damn.
All right,
doing some James Gunn stuff right here, man. Just shoot him in the head real quick.
They should die, and they will die with her.
just have her get one line and then bang.
Yeah, so her last line isn't Rey Skywalker.
I just don't want Star Wars to do the DC thing where it's like we fucked up. Oh no, we're just gonna.
Yeah, we got to keep backtracking, kind of thing. Yeah. Like just own, do what Marvel do, and just own.
We made a mistake.
Like,
we're gonna keep going.
Like it happened. Like it happens.
You gotta let your ego. You gotta let your ego go and just say like, "Hey, we made a mistake." But like, chances of that happening, not gonna happen.
You don't need. They don't need to give a statement. Just. We said this before. Actions speak louder than words. Just do that.
No company's gonna put out a statement and be like, "Yo, we're sorry, we fucked up." No one's gonna say that.
Mentality.
Let me say that. If you're expecting that, get over it.
Yeah, can't be doing that.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
I'm entitled to get what I want. Like, shut up.
Yeah, people are like, we want a signed apology. Like, you're not getting that shit.
You're not gonna get that, bro.
Star Wars fans really jerk me around. It's like this kind of entitled, I deserve an apology. Like, you don't deserve an apology. I mean, don't get wrong. I feel like we do sometimes deserve an apology. But that again, it's fan entitlement. It goes to a level of just like, hey, it is what it's done now. There's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do to reverse that Disney trilogy. Unfortunately, it's here. Like, hey, some people like them, some people don't. Yeah.
because they're like, oh, maybe with this, what we could do is, we could put time traveling. No. You dare? No. You putting time travel in Star Wars opens up a whole can of worms.
Save that for the Lego specials. No.
Regardless
I agree with that. Save it for
regardless
the Lego
of what we all think about the sequels, like for example, like I have a little cousin who loves them, and like I'm not gonna take away something somebody else likes. Like that's kind of fucked up. I'm not gonna do that.
I mean, if we had to think about this, if we had to deal with OT fanboys saying that the prequels suck,
it's a cycle. It's gonna happen again.
It will happen again. Like, don't get me wrong. Maybe less so than the because at least with the prequels, there was a lot of things where time made them look better upon. Like the sequels stuff is, but time will still be kind to them in the aspect of people will just grow to appreciate certain things about them, if that makes sense. So, like Ben's art,
nostalgia's a hell of
very
a drug.
limited, but yes.
Yeah, very, 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 very limited. I agree, but there's things in there that people will glom onto, especially the kids who have grown up with them.
Nostalgia's a hell of a drug, bro. Like,
I mean,
I look at
the prequels,
and
like,
if we're going to be completely honest, the reason the sequels happened is because of the OT fanboys. They got their knickers in a twist that there wasn't an X-wing in the prequels, so it's your fault.
You made a guy that actually wrote a good story leave, and then we got the sequels, and then you were like, why are they so bad?
Say what you will about George's dialogue, and I've said it many times. Say what you will about his dialogue. The dialogue's terrible, but the story is on point.
Now it's reversed. Now the dialogue's decent.
Now the dialogue's better, and the story's shit. Like, it's like... I mean, I'm sorry. Like, how have you undone Anakin's entire? Oh God, I can't even. I'm not gonna go into it.
It's just like it makes you just wonder if you just bring back Mrs. Lucas. Like, can we bring back Miss Lucas back to
That's gonna be pretty
not gonna happen.
They're not. They're not even married anymore. So,
and I'm sure you can agree on this, Darius, as well. That eventually the Mandalorian is gonna link up with the sequels.
It already has, but people not been paying attention.
It's already like it's there. I know people are like, stop connecting it to the sequels. Well, it's literally in that time frame. It's going to happen.
What do you think was in those tanks in season 2? What do you think was in that cloning tank, bro? Like,
you know it to be true.
That photo.
Somehow Palpatine has returned.
Yeah, I don't want to be hearing that bullshit again. I don't want to be hearing that BS again. I really don't. But I suppose we can round off this segment into the next one just by saying that, I'm not surprised that Daisy Ridley's open to a return. Again, Disney paycheck. Come on. I mean, she could say it's for the love of the character, but come on. Let's be honest.
I love that character.
But I think there's still more you could do with the character of Rey, and I think Daisy really did as good of a job as she could. Like, the actors were never the problem. The only caveat is give Daisy Ridley the shine, give Oscar Isaac the shine, give John Boyega the shine, and bring Ben Solo back in some kind of way. Because
Adam Driver, I think Adam Driver kind of said that he would be willing to come back too. So.
Like, they also need to stop die after they come back from the dark side.
I mean, as a force ghost. As a ghost.
Because that's the main thing that jerked me off with that movie, is it didn't specify what actually happened to him. Like, he faded and he disappeared. But I'm like, where is the geezer? Look,
dude, he just disappeared. He just disappeared like it was off of Dragon Ball Z. He just like went.
We had to find out. We had to find out in a Lego Star Wars special. Oh yeah, he's a force ghost now. It's like...
They should have shown him at the end with
Wait,
show him at the end, for Christ's sake.
But
it's fine though, because I can go into a book and I can read paragraph 3, section 12 of page 152. Oh wait, Ben Solo's a force ghost now. Like, I don't need to go and read supplementary material to justify plot holes that should be in that. Fuck off with that shit.
Star Wars has been doing that forever, though. Unfortunately, they do that a lot. Like,
they do it. It really winds
the Psycho Diaz shit makes no sense unless you watch Clone Wars. That shit does not make sense. You're like, bro, what?
Who the hell's that guy?
Who the fuck Psycho Diaz?
I mean, it's like the Darth Maul analogy that we give. It's like, people watch the Solo end credit scene and they're like, oh my god, Darth Maul's alive? It's like, yeah.
I don't know why they did that to this day. It's like,
But you know what, right? It was just because they wanted a lightsaber in the movie. They just wanted a lightsaber somewhere. And it was, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty.
It was cool though.
Again though. As soon as I saw that, though, I was like, the problem with you putting that at the end, while you set up a little gang crime syndicate thing, I want to see Darth Maul more now, and you just cock teased me.
Yeah, it hasn't happened.
And you've ended the movie.
I mean, you might as well give the fans some fan service. Bring back Darth Maul and just let him have a solo movie. I mean,
it could show so many things because we don't know anything about the character either.
He might show up in Bad Batch, to be fair.
Yeah.
But then again,
they'll find a way to bring the people back.
But then again, like if we do bring back Darth Maul, like I just don't want it to be like Venom and like Morbius. And, you get what I'm saying? Like,
and the problem with we already know how he does die. So
if you watch Rebels, you know. So
you know what happens.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where it would have to be set in between somewhere.
And I'm kind of tired of Star Wars doing that shit. Like, stop doing that. Stop doing
Enough. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do an MCU. Me and Darius are doing a full-on Star Wars stream in the week, and we're going all in. We're going all in. But with that being said, not surprising. I'm open to it. You know, bring it on. Expand the universe.
If you didn't see this coming, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, like I mean, with the streaming wars, I was like, yeah, the sequel trilogy, the end. I'm like, yeah, that's no.
At the end of the day, it makes money. So.
Money. Now, next topic.
Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be really funny. I mean, we can all go one by one on this. So we're gonna be talking about James Gunn dissing Henry Cavill and the Henry Cavill fans.
Oh, I have a special news report first. What? I heard from a reliable source that James Gunn may be revealing the DC slate tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I've been know that.
He said before the 30. Oh, he made a joke on Twitter saying before the 32nd.
So the 30th. So literally the 30th. That's a very James Gunn
background.
It's not phase 1. It's chapter 1.
Oh, for God's sake.
Danny, I feel like you should just start a whole channel on why James Gunn is your number one enemy now.
It's not the number one enemy. Just do something.
You know what, right?
You went from fanboy to I hate you.
I'm not. I'll never be a fanboy. Don't say that. I'll never be a fanboy of anybody.
But you were at one point.
No, I wasn't a fanboy.
In the James Gunn universe, we remember that.
I'm not a fan. Don't ever say I'm a fanboy or anything, bro. That's one thing I'll never do.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. Just don't call me a fanboy or anything.
All right, what's this topic? Let's get into it. Let's get into the juicy nitty gritty.
So basically, just to break the ice, like this is how it kind of went down. So somebody tweeted James Gunn as usual. Man, it's on Twitter. Always doesn't do his plan, but always has time for Twitter. Don't understand, but whatever. They were saying about him please don't bring the Guardians of the Galaxy people into the DCU. They wanted to have new characters, blah blah blah. Okay, so James Gunn replied like this. Well, I always want to work with people that I always worked with. I always wanted to work with people I never worked with, but I also don't want to work with people that give me a tough time about my content and everything. So if you know Henry Cavill and if you know The Rock and everything, you know, they're gonna try to stick to the lore and everything. And that's basically what's going on. And also like he's been arguing with Henry Cavill fans because like I don't understand. I'm just trying to hear what your guys' thoughts on it.
This whole saga is just a bit James in this situation, right? I need to James. I don't know if you're ever going to watch, but judging by your reaction and how you respond to people on Twitter, it's possible you're watching right now. James, sometimes less is more, and sometimes not saying anything is more than enough. But you don't need to interact with everybody. You don't need to you don't need to engage. You don't feed the monkeys. You don't need to engage with the. Like, I use your like. You don't need to engage with these Twitter dwellers all the time. Like you don't need to. You're stoking the fire. Like good Lord Almighty! Like it's just how many times is James going to keep digging this hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. You know, with the current state and the fragility of the DC fan base at the minute, constantly doing this back and forth with people on Twitter is not. It's not the way. It really isn't. Until we get some clarification on, okay, this is the plan. This is what we're doing. Here's where we're going. Here's what's staying. Here's what we're getting rid of. I really want him to be careful. You know, I really want him to be careful. I really want him to be careful not to, you know, dig the shithole any deeper than it already is. You know, there's a lot of good lord, there's a lot. Wow. There's a lot of like stuff to clean up with that place, and I feel like we're in a space at the moment where whatever this transition is and whatever this plan is, I hope it works, because and you're not doing yourself any favors, James. You really aren't. With this whole Henry Cavill stuff, can we stop throwing Henry under the bus? Like, it's done now. He's gone. You don't need to address it anymore. Like, fine. I've had my little, you know, I've had my little cry about it. Henry's gone. DCEU scrapped. DCU now, apparently. It just means that I need some clarification on what's going to happen to our boy Batman, first of all. And I know you do, right? So we need some clarification on that. And we need some clarification on who's staying, because apparently Jason Momoa is going to play Lobo. There's negotiations to keep Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman. I'm like, so how are you picking and choosing?
How is Jason Momoa allowed to play two roles at the
Yeah.
same freaking time?
And they're going to recast
Henry Cavill back.
It doesn't.
Like, how are they gonna recast
He's
Aquaman
been like a
anyway?
walking contradiction, bro. Like, you can't do that. Like,
It's gonna confuse the casual fans. Like, obviously, us,
Mm.
we could do our research and find out why, but like the casual
yeah.
people, they're gonna be confused.
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster.
because like Jason Momoa was saying, like, oh yeah, I'm still Aquaman. Wait, time out. Hold on. Like, what you mean you still Aquaman? Like, I'm like, it's like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, yeah,
I'm more excited to see him in Fast and Furious than Aquaman too.
I'm not gonna lie, that's probably gonna be better.
I'm gonna enjoy
amen to
that.
that.
I'm gonna enjoy that a hell of a lot.
Yeah, we're on Super Bowl.
It's all
You
about
know,
family.
my opinion on Aquaman, one of the most overrated movies I've ever seen. I do not know.
So
how we do
boring.
How did that make $1 billion? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, how did that?
I just enjoyed it for what it is. Same as Shazam. Like
Yeah.
me and TCK were saying
it.
earlier.
Damn, I really like
Shazam was good. I like Shazam. I think that was good. Whatever.
All right.
I think Shazam 2. I think Shazam 2 is gonna be all right. Whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't
It'll
look
be
good.
okay. I mean, I enjoyed the first one. I think people kind
Yeah.
of ragged on it a bit too much for me.
Man, what were they expecting though? Like, it's not
I
gonna
actually
be
really
the
liked
best
it. I
film
thought
you've
it
ever
was
seen.
quite refreshing. It was nice to have a change of pace of not having dark and broody all the time, you know?
Yeah.
And it still was really dark.
It's a literal kid superhero. He's like 12. Like, what do you
Yeah.
think?
The themes about the whole, abandonment and the thing with his mum, that was hella deep.
Yeah, that was sad.
That scene was depressing, bro.
That
That
was
was-
still DC.
Mom.
That was like,
His
Yeah.
mom literally said when she said, "I gave you up." I was
Yeah, she's like, I don't
damn.
want you anymore.
yeah, straight up as well.
Bro, like you, it's always the dad that's the deadbeat, but this time they did a reversal with the mom. I was kind of surprised.
They actually had good foster parents for once, like actually
Yeah.
decent.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah,
That was nice. I mean, that
that was
scene
sweet.
is scary. When he holds on to that item for all those years and
Yeah.
he takes it to his mum and she doesn't remember it, like
Yeah.
that hit. Like that was.
heartbreaking.
Hey, Jacob, it's like Tracy Beaker vibes.
Tracy Beaker.
The
the
future
only-
of Tracy Beaker and what
You know.
the only thing I can say
Jumping
is
around.
like the villain was supposed
Jumping
to
around.
be Black Adam, but like because of The Rock, Wayne The Rock Johnson, he didn't want to be the villain, so like they had to switch it. So
Yeah, now it's some old lady.
The Rock can't be a bad guy. We all know.
Oh no, that's not
Black Adam,
possible.
hero.
You should have cast Danny as the villain. That would
I'm
have
sorry,
made the film
he was so great as Hobbs in Fast 5. I was like, yo, this dude could play a legit fucking badass.
Yeah, he
Why
was
is
so
he always
menacing in
playing-
that.
it's just
The contract says he can't lose a fight, can't be a villain. Sorry.
yeah.
I'm the Rock. I can't lose.
Like, I mean, it's a huge that like him, Vin Diesel, Jason Statham. They all have this weird thing of like they just can't. Yeah. Oh God, it's just strange.
How was your ego that big? Were you?
And I'm sorry, right? There is no way on screen. I don't care what The Rock's ego says. There is no way on screen Black Adam is touching Superman.
That's why that movie would never work, and I'm glad it didn't happen.
Because I'm sorry, Rock, your character is gonna get whooped. Superman's the big daddy of the universe.
Superman's whooping you. Probably Shazam's whooping you too, honestly.
Yes, to be fair, yeah, with the whole Shazam family, out you go.
It's I mean, that's like literally the Shazam movie is basically out of the straight up Black Black Adam versus Shazam comic. It literally is like they copied like verbatim, like.
But changed the villain. That's ridiculous. The Rock should learn that he can get bet without it being such a big deal. Like seriously,
I think he takes that I want to be a hero inspiration people too literally.
Think about it logically. He used to be a jobber back in wrestling. How can he not go back to those humble days?
Great, but
it's the roids, man.
Like the ironic thing is, the damn roids. But the ironic thing is here is part of his segment when he returned back to WWE, and I know it's scripted, but it's just kind of funny. Was that he was like John Cena's shtick was tired, lame, and old. What's The Rock now doing?
It's very true, actually, very true.
At least John Cena's trying to be a villain. I'm gonna say that.
What's The Rock doing? Like he's the same dude in every movie, and we love him for that. But it's gotten to a point where I'm just like, Dwayne, you're everywhere.
You're boring,
bro. Everywhere. You're everywhere.
Saturated.
I've got an advert on my computer. I load up the phone. He's there. I look at the wall. He's there. I go down the
you just see those videos of him lifting weights like 5 a.m. in the morning, baby.
4 a.m. working out.
No pain, no gain.
You're roided up. You're bloody jacking up with the muscles, like 4 or 5 times a day. We get it, and it doesn't undersell how hard he works. I'm not underselling it. The Rock is a real stand-up dude, and I think we'd all agree we'd love to meet the guy. But at the same thing, it's just the kind of thing where I'm just like, Dwayne, you're not right.
But that's another reason why James Gunn didn't want to work with The Rock too, is because he's difficult to work with. It's his ego.
That I can understand.
And put it this way: if The Rock can't even save your universe, then your universe is just got to go. Like like Fast and Furious never needed saving, but he rejuvenated some new energy into the franchise.
Oh yeah, he brought something.
Yeah, he made it more interesting.
Yeah, like it was a new dynamic that was forged. If he can't even do that,
that's why Fast 5 is the GOAT.
Yep,
that's the
absolutely. Yeah, really is. I love that freaking movie.
Put some respect on Tokyo Drift.
That's the best Fast movie.
Tokyo Drift is good.
Oh,
too.
you know what? Right, when that movie came out, it made no money. Right, critics slandered it, and as the years have gone along, everyone's like, "Oh, that might be the best."
Yeah, bro, that age is like fine wine. That movie.
It's the only one they actually, race in.
Yeah,
and that film didn't even have Vin Diesel and Paul Walker starring that much.
Yeah,
Vin Diesel's at the end, but that's how good the film was. You had such a good cast.
Pure end credit singer. And they never answered who won the freaking race. Speaking of egos, because Vin Diesel can't lose on screen. I'm sorry. I don't care. I know.
I'm guessing Dom must have won.
Beating Sean in that race. Like, there's no way. Come on.
No, Dom.
Oh, this is a drift one. Yeah, he ain't winning that.
Brian,
but they couldn't show it.
Brian is better than Dom. I don't care.
They couldn't show it. They just couldn't show him losing. I'm sorry. When I saw Furious 7 the first time, and I saw that us linking the timelines up, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna get it now." Oh, Han said
we were waiting for years.
Even though it doesn't make any sense, because the phones doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, wait. Didn't Fast 9 go stupid? Like it made no sense what happened with Han. He was some undercut. Like he was undercover.
So basically, it was
that ruined it so much.
Like the Giselle was former Mossad, so she knew Mr. Nobody, and Mr. Nobody faked Han's death, kind of thing. But then the problem I have with it is in Tokyo Drift, DK's whole motive is to kill him. You can't calculate for the.
How many times has Han actually died at this point? It's a crease at this point.
Fast and Furious, I don't care. Like, do time travel. I really don't care.
Yeah,
enough. Like,
don't take these movies seriously. It'll be the best
Yeah.
decision you ever
literally,
made.
if I see people see Fast 10 and they do time travel, and they're like, "Oh my god, it's stupid." Like, it's been stupid for like 4
Bro, they
movies.
went to space. They went to space.
Just do it. Just
They
do it.
just went to space in the last
in a
movie.
Pontiac Fiero.
And a
They
Pontiac.
went to space on a rocket.
They're
Not only
probably
did
gonna
it, they
go.
went to space. Freaking Ludacris went to space out of them all.
Ludacris and Tyrese.
Dude, Roman
Gibson
and
went to
him
space,
had
bro.
that funny
Bro,
ass scene.
Oh,
Not
God.
even Ramsey went up there. Like, freaking Roman. Like, I'm like, what? What? Like, but to be fair, like, we're at a point where I'm just like, you know what? Put time travel in there.
You know,
Do
make-
it. I'm at a point
Make it
where
a
I'm like,
make it a
yeah,
multiverse
do it.
movie. Make it a multiverse
make it a
movie.
Bring in
They've
Groot,
really
bro.
got the flashback actors in F9 ready to use. Days of Future Past it. Just save everyone.
You know what? I said this to
Jesse never
everyone.
died. Vince never died.
Either crossover with Transformers. Do it at this point.
I'm at the
Fucking-
point
And
where
Jurassic
Optimus,
Park.
Optimus Prime versus
go
Dom.
all in.
Fucking Men in Black. Put
Bring
Men
in
in Black in there.
dinosaurs, man.
Get Will Smith in there, bro.
Freaking
Yeah,
Men in
dude,
Black.
Will
Will
Smith
Smith
can-
all in there.
Bro,
You
bring
know,
in
get
Will
Stewie,
Smith
Harry
can be the
Potter in
villain.
there.
A
Get
good
Michael
slap.
Myers popping
freaking
up.
Stewie,
Get them all in there.
Stewie Griffin.
No, I tell you,
Make
what,
him
anyone
the
that's
side
under the
villain.
Universal banner, right? Get them in there. Incredible Hulk, get him in there as
At
well.
this point, it sounds like the premise of Ready Player One. Just having everybody a cameo.
Let's put all. Let's put
Hey,
Hey,
everything. in the
bring,
movie.
bring Evan in at this point. Maybe like Don.
You know what?
Just done.
Give us contract for the movie. I'll be in the movie. Come on.
Hey, I'll be in the movie.
Yeah.
Let's go. God, as long as we can get a still image at that little cookout area, then I'll accept that. I'll accept that as payment more than
back
enough.
to Mr. James Gunn.
Yeah,
But yeah, back to we
How
went on
did
a
we get
little
here?
fast and furious sidetrack there. Sorry, that was
happens,
my
people. If this is your first time being on the Kings of Pop Culture, this happens. We just talk up
Conversation. We don't script anything. This happens.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, this
strictly not on the script. But who wants to go next? RJ, do you want to go next?
I've had enough talking about DC, but you know what? Screw it anyway. All I gotta say is this: in the next 48 hours, this slate better be good. Like, it better not be no Lobo movie. No. I want this slate to slap. Okay.
But that Blue Beetle's the only thing people really care about at the minute.
That's all I care about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
For
not
sure
even
we're
gonna
not
get a
gonna-
sequel. So I don't even know. I'm not even gonna put my care into that movie. I don't care about it for show load. It's not gonna get a sequel because they're
Yep, they're rebooting it all.
and
Like the DC EU projects don't mean shit.
I hope they'll keep Sholo regardless of what happens. But just knowing that we've got how many movies is it? We've got Blue Beetle, Shazam, Aquaman, and Flash. That's 4 that mean nothing.
But here's my issue.
And why'd you cancel Batgirl? You may
I
as well
want
release
them to
that as
keep
well. If none of it
Sholo.
means anything.
I want them to keep Sholo, but when you keep people like Sholo and you keep others, you're always going to have that question: why didn't you keep Henry Cavill? No. If you're gonna reboot, you have to reboot, full on reboot. It's like
not pick
Because
and
then
choose.
Sholo's gonna get a bunch of hate.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like,
there's that pressure on him now as well because DC are sucking ass at the minute. Like Sholo's film has to slap because then if it doesn't, then people are like,
It might ruin his career.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Yeah, he's got to be careful.
We've all said this. Like he could play like when he gets older, he could play Spider-Man 2099. I hope Marvel grab him at some point. And
It would
that
be
if
Sony.
Things
I
don't go
don't
well with
want
DC.
that. I don't trust him. I don't trust Sony with.
I don't, but that's the thing. I don't trust Sony as much as DC.
Yeah.
I'm kind of on the edge with that anyway. But yeah,
At least DC have somewhat good intentions.
They have a
Sony
plan.
So we say, like, so we think, like,
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I mean, yeah, this is the key word being allegedly here.
Like if I see something-
Hypothetically speaking, they have a plan.
I don't care if this is the
hypothetically
first
speaking.
chapter. No. I don't care if this is the first chapter. When you get rid of Henry Cavill, this new chapter 1 bullshit, this
Better slap.
this slate better slap. You better give me the Superman movie,
The Batman movie?
Batman 2.
No, I'm talking.
He wants 2 different Batmans.
I don't want, but
Why did
don't
they
want
do
that
that?
shit.
Why did they do that shit, bro?
I
had
don't.
Ben Affleck. We had Michael Keaton. Yeah. Just
Listen, it's still RJ's turn. It's still RJ's turn.
Batman Beyond. Just make Batman Beyond. You.
They were going to
I
do
would
that.
slap.
They were
They were
going.
going to, but it was not going to be the Batman Beyond that we knew. It was going to be the Batman Beyond that it's in this modern day era of 2022. Like, there's no future technology. Like,
Screw that.
Yep.
Then it's not Batman Beyond.
That's the whole point. Okay.
RJ?
I'm sorry, but I just
Can't with this company at the
talking
moment.
about DC is like talking to like a therapist. Like it's like talking to the therapist in The Sopranos. Like it's getting
Yep.
it's so
Early season 1 vibes.
it's I can't.
Like, I'm at a point where I know what you're saying. I'm just tired. I'm tired of this. Like DC have exhausted me, and like I'm seeing the trailers in the cinemas for these movies. I couldn't give a rat's ass.
You know why I don't care? Because they told us it doesn't. They literally told us it doesn't
They told us
matter.
It doesn't mean anything.
That's
And
the
then
damn
also,
trailer
like,
with
they made
that.
such a big kerfuffle, right? We talked about this a lot before, but they made such a big kerfuffle about Batgirl and whatever. You may as well have just released it if you're just going to scrap it all anyway. Like, what's the point? Why lock it up if you're just going to?
That's why the argument never made sense to me. It's like you have no problem putting out trash before, so what's stopping you now? Put
Dude,
it
they
out.
said they delete. You said they deleted that whole entire film. It don't even exist anymore.
Well, it might just be better not to connect anything. Just do a bunch of solo.
That's what they're
movies.
good at.
That's
but they
what I'm
wanna-
saying.
That's
Just do
that's
separate
it.
stuff. That's the
They're
only
way
thing
better
you're
than
good
solo movies. Yeah.
They slap in solo movies.
This is my problem with Hollywood now. Everybody wants to replicate Marvel. They want to create their own.
Everything's got to be connected.
You don't have.
It doesn't work.
You don't have to. It doesn't connect with everything, bro. Like
No,
some things should not connect.
The thing is, I want people to understand as well what Marvel have done, right? To give Marvel huge credit here, is an anomaly. It isn't. It doesn't happen. That's what makes it so successful. Everyone's trying to copy it, and
It's gotta be the problem is you gotta be patient because Marvel fucked up a lot back in the day. People forget.
Yeah,
Phase 1
like,
and
as
2,
much as
they
I
messed
love
up.
Phase 1, the amount of rocky terrain around Phase 1, like the rocky terrain, the
The
recasting,
difference is
drama,
they didn't pull the plug and be like, we're
they
starting
kept
over.
They kept them going.
And
They
even
will.
before the MCU started, like Marvel had to. They were once, they started off with Blade, and since then it's just
They
gone
lost
on
their
up
main.
and
They
up.
lost all their main characters.
Dude, like honestly, if Iron Man didn't slap, you wouldn't be hearing about Marvel.
No,
Like
Iron Man saved everything. That movie saved everything.
Yeah.
DC, they just, I don't know, man.
Like this is where, like, I know I've ragged on Marvel a lot in the last couple of weeks, but it's time to rag on DC. You can't just look at Marvel's formula and go, okay, I'm gonna copy that now.
it doesn't work like that.
You
It
can't
doesn't work
use
that
that
way.
formula if you don't have a solid plan. Like
Yeah.
it
You
doesn't
can literally
work.
look at the formula and you can try and copy it, but that's not how it works. Like you're
Like
literally
I
trying.
could tell RJ to use maybe my YouTube formula or yours, Jacob, but he won't succeed unless like he has his own way of doing things. You can't just
You gotta have your own
rely on
spin
somebody.
and twist on it.
You gotta have. You gotta. Damn, you gotta have like your own way. Season 5 review.
Yeah, like you gotta release
own way
that
of
shit.
doing things, and it just. Again, I know the DCEU is done now, but the point is still valid. You're 2 movies into your universe. Marvel are doing Civil War. You wanted to jump on the bandwagon, so you did Batman versus Superman.
Look how that turned out.
Yep.
Look at
They think they learned. They did it once already and it didn't work. What's the plan?
I really want to. I cannot wait till this slate is revealed, man.
When is this slate dropping?
It's supposed to be either coming out tomorrow or Tuesday.
Tomorrow or Tuesday.
We're talking about this.
Imagine they drop it like
How are
Might
you
do a
gonna
special
reveal
live.
it?
Might do a special live tomorrow.
Special
Mhm.
live, like you're gonna have like James Gunn jerking himself off in his office, like, hey, here you go, Green Lantern Corps, yeah.
we're live on Twitter.
Oh Lord.
Danny, you know what? You should, because he replies to every comment on IG and Twitter. You should just
if I say to James something on James Gunn, he'll like block me, dude.
I might ask him something.
Adam, how do you feel, sir?
It's got to be racist.
Gotta be racist.
Gotta be racist.
Danny just starts his whole agenda that James Gunn's racist.
Oh no, I ain't gonna do that. Yeah.
That's woke.
How do you feel about it all, Adam? What's your take?
I'm at this point where As long as he doesn't touch the Matt Reeves universe, I'm fine. Other than that, I don't give a crap about this new trilogy at this point. I'm sorry. It's like we keep hearing about it, but we see nothing of it. It's just, yay, I'm doing this. Great, show us. What are you doing? Like, you can tell us that over and over again. Doesn't mean shit. Like, I could be sitting here making a pancake, but unless I actually show you me doing it, Logic 101, you wouldn't believe it, would you? So at this point, I'm pretty sure, what's his name? Peter? He's probably the one working on it because he seems to have vanished.
No, you know what? I'm going to say what I say every time. Where is Peter Safran?
Where is he?
Yeah, where are you? You've been awfully quiet.
Where is the geezer?
He was the producer on Shazam, so he's really taking care of Shazam 2 stuff.
Maybe, but either that or he's actually the one working on it while James Gunn is apparently just sat there doing nothing, fighting with people on Twitter. I'm just sick of it at this point because everything that comes out of James Gunn's mouth, it's slyly digging people, it's going off the rails at fans, but he's got to realize it's not giving him a good light. He needs to realize that he has to either, one, nut up or shut up. I love that saying. Or just go away now. I'm done. I'm done with it. As long as he doesn't touch Matt Reeves, I'm fine. And if he does,
they do that. That's too. If they
we spoke about this the last time.
I think they're gonna do it, bro.
Put it this way. I really hope I'm wrong. Please let me be wrong. Unlike other people on the internet, that are like, oh well, I like to be right. Please let me be wrong. Please let me be wrong when I say this. They've already set up, right? Didn't one of you say that there was like a novel or a magazine that set up Metropolis?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's there for a reason. That's the Star Wars thing. That's what Star Wars used to do. That's a setup. So I think they're going to make Robert the main Batman.
I think he's going to be the main. I think he's going to be the main Batman.
And again, the can of worms you open when you do that is if you have this mofo fighting aliens, you don't go from aliens to struggling to fight Hush.
No, they're going to have to do a time jump. It won't make sense for your year 2 or year 3 Batman.
It's just so jarring to have like one side of Gotham is going through mob shit, and then on the other side, Metropolis is an alien. Oh, there's an alien attack.
Oh, Brainiac's here! Run!
But it works for the MCU. Yeah, because the MCU is a different kind of breed. Like DC is much different.
It's established. You can have Kingpin.
It's already established.
It makes
you don't
sense.
You don't have the right to do any of this right now. Like,
just leave it alone. Just leave it alone, please. Seriously, we've been waiting for this Batman portrayal for so long now. You gave it us. Don't ruin it.
Please don't.
Because my thing is this: if you see Superman just hop into Gotham City and he's like right across from Patterson, I'm like, no, we don't need this. This doesn't need
super ass out of here.
We out like Flint.
Be out like here at Flint.
Everybody's just like Cartman. Squeaky, I'm getting him.
It's like, dear God, no, don't touch this. Like,
don't.
Anything else, Adam?
Other than that, James Gunn, please stop dissing Henry Cavill. He's clearly a better guy than you'll ever be, because at least he done it nice and respectfully. That's all I have to say.
The amount of grace and class that man has had from a company that has jerked him around like a freaking yo-yo is crazy. It's like he's gone. Henry Cavill is gone. James, why do you still feel the need to keep mentioning? Like, what? Let sleeping dogs lie. You know,
you don't hold it. Honestly, goes back to since you're the head. I guess I'll start. Since you're the head, sir, like you are a leader now. Okay, everything rises and falls on the leader. So like when you're doing this stupid stuff on like, talking to the fans,
it shoots upward.
It's going to come back and bite you in the butt. They're not going to give your slate a chance or chapter 1 or whatever you're doing, bro. My thing is this. You've been a walking contradiction. You said that, okay, the reason why we are not going to bring back Henry Cavill is because he costs too much. Fine. Okay. I don't like it, but I accept it or whatever. But wait a minute. Yeah. So you're keeping Jason Momoa. Arguably, you keep on hearing that they're thinking about keeping Gal Gadot or whatever. Okay, that's at least $50 million right there. I don't know.
Yes.
And then you got, of course, James still has Peacemaker season 2 or whatever. So like you got all those. John Cena. I know John Cena ain't cheap. And then allegedly,
Yeah, yeah.
and then allegedly the Guardian, after all the Guardians of the Galaxy people are done with Marvel, allegedly they're coming over to the DCU to help to
Chris Pratt in the DCU.
to help James Gunn out at the DCU because he's hooking his friends up with jobs. But
which
okay,
is fine.
I know Chris Pratt ain't cheap. I know Zoe ain't cheap. I know the voice of Rocket, he ain't cheap or whatever.
Bro, Drax could do Bane.
Yeah, Drax could do Bane. Like you could pay off Drax, no big deal or whatever.
I think
but
Batista actually said that as well. Like he wants to play Bane, like
Yeah.
straight up.
I could see it. Like he could be in the Matt Reeves Batman universe or whatever. But dude, like my thing is this, James. You gotta be professional, my guy. You don't see Kevin Feige talking crap to the fans or whatever.
Nah,
like
Kevin knows.
he's not gonna go back and forth with you, dude. You're too old for that. But anyway, it's like okay, you got rid of Henry Cavill, but why do you have to keep on rubbing it in that you got rid of Henry Cavill just to despite a bunch of trolls? It doesn't make any sense. It's childish and
yeah, it's just rise above it. Like it's just I know we live in a world where everyone's like very emotional, very reactive. I need to respond, but sometimes taking the high ground is the best solution to a situation. Like no joke. Like sometimes the high ground is the best solution for everybody. Because then you stop the cycle of all the BS. Like this whole thing, and I don't want anyone to get twisted. Like James Gunn is still a hell of a creative. He's still a top dude. We're only human, but it's just in this context. Like James, you're not just directing movies anymore. You're the face of a company now. Like you
I still don't think he hasn't processed that he's the head of the company now. I think he still believes that he's a director or whatever. And he can just say what he
will about people like Kevin.
It's a very new thing for him.
Yeah, let's say what you will about Kathleen Kennedy or Kevin Feige or people like that, but they know what not to say or do. Like you just don't do these things, James. Come on, bro. Like you're better than this. And no doubt, with this slate that he's got, like again, let's not dismiss how good of a creative he is. He's good.
Yeah.
If he makes a slate and he executes it and it goes well and everyone
gonna give him his credit.
Then I'll give him his flowers. I'll tell you what, if 70 to 80% of that slate is good, then that's already an upgrade on where we were at. So I'll give him his flowers.
Allegedly, like the movies that's supposed to come out, this is allegedly. It's supposed to be a Superman movie, a Batman movie, a Wonder Woman movie, and maybe a Green Lantern Corps movie. Allegedly. Can't take that with a grain of salt, but so
I just want to know who they would cast. That's my biggest issue with this as well. Is like who are they going to make Superman now?
Who are you going to replace Henry Cavill with?
Exactly. It's one of the biggest recasts you're going to do. So it needs to be someone either good enough.
Who are you going to replace? Like whoever you replace Henry Cavill with,
everybody's going to hate him.
Oblivion. That person is going to be hated immediately. Yep. The poor soul. Oh, we've got our new Superman. Da, 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 da.
You suck. You're not him.
I hate you. I don't want you. Like you're opening a whole can of worms here. Not a fan. Not a fan of it at all. Don't like it. Really don't.
TCK,
like it.
Your turn.
Yeah. So like I said earlier, DC should stick to what they're good at, and they're good at solo movies. It's not like they have like Captain America where he can only be in the solo universe because his side characters are not interesting enough, or God knows Thor's side characters aren't interesting enough for him to be in his own universe. Iron Man, nobody besides Spider-Man, really. I think there's probably more Batman side characters, like this Batman family, as there are many characters in Avengers Endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you could do like a ton. You could do a ton of movies with just the Batman family, and it wouldn't get boring. It wouldn't get stale because there's so many characters in that, and they don't need to be connected with Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern.
I want it.
Like I think you could have like the the space characters connect, Like you could have like Superman probably meet up with Green Lantern, like, and I'd be fine with that. That would be cool to see because we haven't seen Green Lantern interact with like any of the main, DC characters live action. So but I think like the characters we know and have so many like cool side characters like Batman,
especially with the Bat family, because you can expand that story so much.
Like, that could last for years.
Yeah, you can like make like 10 plus 20 plus stories,
could you
bro.
imagine if they played their cards right, we could tell every Bat family story in existence. You could get Dick Grayson to Jason Todd to Damian all the way up to Tim Drake.
Yeah. And even the villains. The villains are like they could have their own movie.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
Honestly, you can
even like
the way Top Phillips allegedly wants to do like his own universe with the Gotham characters or whatever.
I mean, we swap all the different universes. Like, I am so confused. Like, why are we having?
And the thing is, it's like that. Have you? I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, Darius. You know that clip of like where George Lucas reacts to the Phantom Menace for the first time. He's like, if we have this reaction to it, a regular person's going to go nuts. Like, it's the same sentiment here. Like, we're all trying to process it and understand it, and we're into this stuff. A casual moviegoer is just going to look at this and go, "What on earth?"
Why
they're going to
go
and see
too confusing.
Yeah,
they're going to go see the Joker. They're going to go, "Why is Margaret Robbie not in this? Why is it Lady Gaga?"
And the thing is, with Marvel have been able to differentiate with that, whereas DC have just they haven't got the ball rolling with that enough to do that.
They used to be on top, and they're trying to find their way back to the top, and it's just not good for them.
Here's the thing: they were on top at one point, but they never had a universe as big as the MCU. So
and they don't need
they're
that.
Trying to do that now, but they can't accept that they're not good at doing it.
They're good. They're good at solo stories. That's what I mean.
Grounded storytelling. Stick with that.
I mean, they have their DC's animation.
The animation is the best part.
Yeah, keep the team ups on the animation side because those are incredible. You could never match that with live action.
Besides the Injustice movie, we don't talk about that though.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
I will say this: they
gotta bring up the Injustice movie, bro. Like seriously,
don't bring up the Injustice movie, and don't bring up the. I'm not going to say the name.
I think the guys that work with the animated series, they need to be more involved with the DCU because they clearly have been successful.
They know their shit.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But with the DCU, it's just the people involved. They're really shambles.
My thing is this: like, you need to talk to Bruce Timm, the one that started like the animated universe. Like, get a couple of ideas from him. Like, seriously, like
there's nothing about Batgirl because, yeah.
But it's so simple though. Just get the storylines from individual characters. They don't all need to be in the same universe. Like, I know way more storylines about just Batman than Batman with the whole Justice League.
Yeah.
And I prefer seeing that.
Here's a problem though. DC always wants to go back to Batman.
I am so goddamn tired of Batman. I never thought I would say that.
Yep.
But I am. Like, can we just?
Hey, that's actually a comic book. The goddamn Batman.
No, but it's like, dude, you have other characters. Yeah, you don't have like a plethora of characters. Like,
I mean,
but the thing is, the Justice League is like the gods among us, man. These are guys that
like I said the other day, right? The difference between Marvel and DC here is Marvel have. Let's say with Marvel, you have brackets of fans. You may have people that like just the X-Men and don't give a fuck about the Avengers. You may have people that like the Fantastic Four and they don't care about the Thunderbolts. There's so many different, like the Dark Avengers, the Secret Avengers, the West Coast Avengers, the Young Avengers. The only two teams that the only three teams, or four at a push because of Doom Patrol, the show, but by and large, I'm not counting it. Doom Patrol's all right, but the show, it was just a show.
They're not mainstream. No one knows who they are.
Exactly. If we're talking staple groups in DC, Justice League, flipping JSA, and the Titans.
Yep.
That's it. There's other groups like Legion of Doom and all that kind of stuff, but those three groups are it. And when I say JSA and the Titans, that's pushing it. Justice League is the one. Like, there's no. It's not like how it is with Marvel, where like you really have so much lore for each of the Fantastic Four or whatever else. With DC, like Justice League is the poster team.
But you know it's an underrated group in DC that I think would be sick if done right. The Outsiders.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I don't think you could do that right live action.
I don't trust them to do that though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't trust them to.
because that could get really dark.
Justice League Dark too.
Yeah, Justice League Dark or whatever.
With Constantine and Zatanna.
All right, yeah. You know what? I'm bringing this back up again. How do we have Birds of Prey as one of the groups?
Oh, what?
Well, you want that again?
Egg sandwich. Yeah, you know what?
Egg
sandwich,
Mr. J.
I now know what I'm gonna do and walk my own way. Yeah, well, you can.
Yeah, you're lucky you're hot, Harley Quinn. No one else would like that.
She's crazy.
Oh yeah, you can't forget about the Suicide Squad. Like that's a big group in DC.
Yeah. But they have two movies now.
That's kind of different though, because the whole point is they die and get replaced, so it's not really one team.
Repeatedly.
Yeah, basically the Thunderbolts.
People still like the Suicide
of the team. Yeah,
the concept of it or whatever. It's like hell, you have Peacemaker like being the #1 show at one point, which is still that still amazes me sometimes. How the hell that happened, I don't know. Like,
shows you how bad it's getting. That's what it does.
When's that coming back, bro? I missed that show.
I don't know. I don't know what universe it takes place in either, but that's another thing.
I don't care.
Yeah,
bro.
but here's the problem with that though.
It doesn't matter.
You can't get rid of your shit, but you got rid of Henry Cavill. Like,
but hold on, Justice League showed up at the end of that, so that means it's DCEU.
You see what I'm saying? Not his face though. They didn't show which Superman that was.
You can't do 2 seconds.
That could have been Michael B. Jordan for all we know.
I stand by what I said. You keep Ezra Miller's bitch ass, and you got the dude choking people out, and you get rid of Henry. Like, I'm sorry, how? How are we?
Where's the logic?
Where's the logic?
Why is no one calling them out on this? Like, come on, like, how are you keeping Ezra and you're getting rid of Henry? What did Henry do?
That's stupid as hell.
The thing is, Jacob, it's to the point of, well, if the company doesn't care, why should we, the fans, care? Like, you know what I'm saying?
You know what? Like, as I said, I'm in agreement with RJ. If you're rebooting, you're rebooting. You reboot. You don't just pick and choose and dabble a bit of that. Like, it's like, where's freaking Mike Wazowski? Where is he?
Oh Lord, he's bringing out Mike Wazowski again.
They're treating it like a buffet table. That's all it is.
Right. Okay. That's cool. Right.
Here we go.
So Mike Wazowski builds the universe. Okay, he builds this universe. We've got all this shit. It's a bit of a mess. It's a bit fucked up, but he's built it. Okay. In comes the mascot. Right. This is James Gunn. James, this is you. Okay. You come in. You get a show and a movie. Right. You do good. All of a sudden, you get a more advanced position. Mike Wazowski, out the fuck you go. Right. You then reset everything, but you keep your toys. That's the definition of pick and choose as long as it benefits you. That's the problem here, James. That's what it is. It's a double standard. It's like, okay, everyone else's stuff can go, but mine can stay.
That's my issue with him.
And then the confusing thing is, then you're recasting Jason Momoa as Lobo, and no doubt, like, he looks the part, and I'm sure he'll do great. The problem is, he's Aquaman, who you're now rebooting, so that you're gonna confuse.
The thing was, like, Jason Momoa kind of basically like let the beats out there. He's doing both of them, which you already messed up. You already messed up before you even started.
You're gonna have to green screen him like against himself, and it's just gonna make an awful CGI mess.
This company, man.
Isn't Lobo a Green Lantern enemy? That's the weird part.
No, that's Superman. He's a bounty hunter.
He might fight. So if Aquaman's in the same movie as Lobo,
yeah, how the hell are they gonna do that? Don't make a joke out of it.
There's gonna be some quippy joke as an explanation.
Just let Taika Waititi deal with that.
I'm tired of this company.
Somehow Lobo's Aquaman.
Somehow
you reckon until the stream glitches.
He's a variant of Aquaman.
Here's a worry as well. What if what if James Gunn brings Taika onto DC?
No.
I can't.
I'm not putting evil out on DC, but I'm just saying, like,
Tiger can go to
You
hell.
know what? It can only go worse from here, right?
That's when Danny. This is the villain story for Danny.
If you give Taika Waititi a one and done movie and the right characters, he'll do a great job for sure.
If you give him like Doom Patrol, he do a good job.
Yeah, Doom Patrol, I think he would nail. But other than that,
yeah, because what he showed us in 4 is that he doesn't care about the bigger universe. He just cares about his individual stuff.
Yeah,
and see, that's one thing. That's one thing about James Gunn. It's like once again, like the Guardians, Peacemaker, Suicide Squad. I don't care. Like if you can mess up those characters, you can mess up those characters all you want. But you've been to deal with Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, my guy. You got a big responsibility.
With and I've said this before, like you can take lesser known characters and do a lot with them, and that's great. But again, with DC in particular, it's not like Marvel. Like DC have a specific set of like 9 characters that are in the pop culture zeitgeist that everyone will go back to. And that's all the Justice League members.
And if you don't
oh, Darius, it's your turn anyway. Yeah, it's your turn.
Company, man. So I'm going to start us off by saying the same thing I said last week, which is he needs a PR team. Like desperately, he needs a PR. I assume he has one, but he must not listen to him very much. I can't imagine they're very thrilled with how he's responding to these people on the internet, dude. Like it's simple. It's a simple concept. You don't engage the trolls. You don't talk to them. Don't acknowledge them. Give them attention. Because when they see that they get to you, they're gonna keep doing it because they know they're getting to you.
You're giving them fuel.
And with that being said, like I did see people going after James Gunn's wife and shit like that.
All right, that's too much.
Yeah,
that's too
much.
far.
Jesus,
that's too far.
All right, it's just pop culture fiction. You ain't got to go at that level. Come on.
But like
weird people.
I do understand people's frustration because here's my biggest fear with this. Like I feel like James Gunn, like he said this himself, so I'm not making this is a conjecture. I'm not making this. He said that he doesn't really care as much about the bigger characters because he doesn't he likes to do his own thing with the characters.
Why would you say that?
But then there you go. That's why I said like you're basically dissing Henry Cavill because guess what? Henry Cavill ain't gonna let you do what you want to do with him, bro. Like he doesn't like being humiliated or whatever.
Like when I heard James Gunn was writing Superman, I mean he's a great writer. I just don't think that's a fit. Like I just don't think James Gunn's like style of storytelling and humor fits Superman. I love to be proven wrong, but it's just
he's telling the story of a younger Superman, and he says it's not an origin story. So what is it? We're just gonna get reporter Clark.
It's not an origin story, but he's a younger Superman.
They also when he was on his Twitter,
I don't want to see that. I'm bored of that. Like, give me something new.
The Batman it's not quote unquote an origin story, but it's still an origin story in a sense.
It is. I'm sorry. It's basically an origin story.
So what's it called? Like he was reading a Superman comic. It was All-Star Superman. So I think
that doesn't make any sense because that's like Superman dying. Which
fuck's sake almighty on a stick, man. Jesus Christ.
You don't
with this company, man.
This is
I'm sorry. Say what you feel about Marvel, whatever. I don't know what to say. At least Marvel have an idea of what they're doing. Like this is just one shitstorm into another.
Here's what Marvel does. They'd be like, okay, at San Diego Comic-Con, they were like, okay, let's shit like Kang is the bad guy, and this is how we're gonna get there. That's all we needed to know.
Yeah,
we don't need to know. We need this other shit.
The direction.
We need to know.
Yeah, we didn't know the nuances or the storylines. We didn't know any of that.
Yeah, James Gunn. Oh, yeah, we're gonna get it done when we get it done. Oh yeah, I don't really care for big characters. What?
And the thing is, he's digging holes deeper for himself because didn't this guy literally say, "Oh yeah, he wasn't working on a Superman project," and then all of a sudden he backtracked.
Yeah, like
said, I was writing it.
Why would you say all this shit?
You're digging the hole deeper.
Here's the thing: when you are taking over a company and you're backpedaling and you're backtracking, you're not giving me a reason to trust you.
Yeah,
like that's another.
Because like the thing was like. Remember when he said like, "Oh yeah, the Matt Reeves universe is gonna be separate from the DCU."
Oh, that's gonna.
I don't know about that now. Like,
yeah,
And that's the biggest thing, because they got themselves in the corner here, because if you don't do that, you have two Batman
exactly.
at the same time.
It's like I said, who's the understudy? It's the same reason why you don't have two Doctor Who's at once.
And if you keep them around the same age, because if you want a younger Superman, you probably want a younger Batman.
Like who's
they're going to be the same age. It's going to feel the same.
Whoever they create for this second Batman, if they were to do it hypothetically, comparatively to Robert, is going to be the one that's seen as the useless one. You're just there.
Because here's the thing: people will say, "Oh, there's two Spider-Man," but it's not the same, because there's three Spider-Man, but they're all different ages and they all feel different. If you have two Batman that are the same age, basically,
and that was earned. That was earned in No Way Home. That was over 20 years.
Yeah, that was over 20 years.
20 years of build-up. It was earned.
And fans also wanted that. That's a big thing.
I don't know.
Now they bloody rag on it, but it's a whole other thing in and of itself.
I don't get why. What is there to say at this point? Like
literally, all we can do at the moment with DC is literally just sit back, hope it doesn't get too effed up, and just pray that it goes.
It better slap.
Smoothly. Because there's so many different variables at play right now with this company, and I just want to implore everyone at DC, please, for the love of God, like James included, stop engaging just focus on whatever it is that you're doing, put all your attention on that, and touch wood that it's good, please.
Because
now I'm not saying every movie in there needs to be a 9 out of 10 or whatever. Like that's
or an 8 out of 10, you know. Like
I agree. Set you up for that. But it's like not every movie needs to slap like that. It's just a case of just having consistency. Because I mean, even if you look at like phase 1 of the MCU, right? Most of those movies, 7, sometimes 6.5, sometimes 8.
It was passable. It was passable.
Yeah, or passable. But the story was it was
connecting.
It was connected well. It felt like when you watch this movie, okay, this is a natural continuation, you know?
Yeah.
I want that to be the case with DC. That's what allows me to give movies like Black Adam a pass, is if the storyline doesn't suffer, and it did. So I'm praying that this new slate that they've got has it better slap, but I think we will have to prepare ourselves, and I'm sorry, RJ, I don't know if you can hear this, but we will have to prepare ourselves for Robert Pattinson's Batman to be the main.
I just don't believe that Robert Pattinson is gonna, in the next few years, go from fighting.
My thing is this: if they put Robert Pattinson's Batman into this universe, that means Matt Reeves has to speed up the age of Batman.
Yep.
Like you know that, right?
Then you're rushing his work, and then you're going to skip over a lot of the storylines of the Bat family and all that universe.
I have a feeling they're gonna age his Batman. So like we've seen him as year 2 Batman, but then he'll be like, oh, he's year 10 Batman in the DCU. Like
then he's gonna be like,
that's the only way it would make sense, unfortunately. Because then his head Batman is when he knows roughly Superman.
Yeah, they might skip 5
heard of Superman, whatever.
As soon as I heard that there was a Metropolis,
imagine watching, watch the Batman and tell me aliens exist. I just don't believe that.
No.
This is why, as I said, with like the Batman's villains in that universe, they have to stay grounded, and then you can do Poison Ivy, then you can do Mr. Freeze, because it feels like it's a progression.
If you just what the problem is as well. There's a big problem here if you do this with Pattinson's Batman. If you make him fight aliens and all that, then people will be like, why did you get rid of Ben Affleck? Because he fit the bill of that Batman so well.
Yeah.
And he is he's killing aliens and all that. But why did you get rid of him then? It creates that debate.
To be fair, Ben wanted to quit. He wanted out.
No, but before that. Like things.
I mean, it was really because of the Whedon cut. But
to be honest, I think if there was some good enough negotiation, they could have convinced Ben to come back for a couple of movies. Just like
it's like the Andrew Garfield stuff. He probably wanted to do a third film. He said, "Fuck you, Sony. I ain't trusting."
Oh yeah, they probably said to him, "Hey, do you want to lead our Sony version?"
They did say that.
It's really because of Joss Whedon, man. Like Joss Whedon and Ben Affleck were going at it.
Oh no, not just him. It's
everybody.
Well.
But
it's the idiots behind the scenes as well.
Yep.
It's a bunch of fuck up.
Like I said, this is I'm on my last straw with DC. At this point, if this doesn't go well, See ya. I'm done.
It's
I'm
like
out.
one of those like
Bye.
I don't know what
Yeah,
to say
I mean,
anymore,
like, you
other
know,
than just
I know we started the stream talking about like the sequel trilogy and whatever. At least there was they tried. There was a care there in some kind of way. With this
Yeah.
stuff, it's just constantly back and forth. You don't know which way you're going. This is connected to that, but that's not connected to this. Like, this company. God.
shout out to our movie news. Good, the guys from the UK really nuance on DC, but like he was saying like the way they could have done this a little bit better just to clean it up is like you could have just did like one more Snyderverse movie of all the Snyderverse characters or whatever, and then you have the Flash run off to restart this universe. You know what I'm saying?
Or we could just not do Flashpoint at all.
Yeah, you could just not do that
That's
at
a
all.
thought.
How,
Well, that's what I'm saying. He just basically just said make a like one more Justice League movie with all of them together. You know what I'm saying? And then just say like, okay, this universe is too much for the Flash, so he has to run in the run back to restart the whole entire universe. Therefore,
this company
Snyderverse gets their
stressing me out, man.
movies, and then we get this new DCU plan. Shamoon, do you have something to say, brother? Your thoughts on this James Gunn / Henry Cavill fan thing? Yeah.
I think piggybacking off like the stuff earlier on with him talking too much, like that's just something as like he's a CEO, right? So
Yeah.
Imagine if Kevin Feige did that on Twitter. Oh my god, you wouldn't.
And there's people waiting to come down.
I think he's not used to being used to being a director with directors.
Nah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
So he's not. He's coming to this position. He probably knows a little bit out of his depth because he's trying to compete now with Feige as a CEO. So you were never doing that from day one. Like you came in as a director. Now you're taking up a role that isn't a director. It's something bigger.
Yeah.
I think he needs to take his time with this. Obviously, don't rush anything, but don't make dumb decisions and if you justify them, fair enough. But right now, it's obviously one of those bleak things where fans are going to be like conflicted on what he's doing. Yeah. What his actions, if they're justified and they come out right, then fair play to the guy. He went through the shit with it.
Man, I'm having some hobnobs.
Wait, who are we talking about here?
James.
Oh yeah, just like James.
Well, for a second, I came back and you said like hard decisions. I thought you were talking about the other fucking asshole.
But no, that's all I have to say about the James Gunn stuff. Like, just kind of what you guys are saying. Yeah,
it's just like, dude, like, shut up. Get off the Twitter.
Shut up, James. Shut up.
Get off the Twitter.
If you're a CEO, Twitter is the worst place you could be because there's gonna be someone talking shit about you no matter what you do.
And you're giving him ammunition. Like, don't do it.
I feel like he's asking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. At first, I felt bad for the dude because they were just taking shots at him for no reason.
But the thing is, James Gunn's always been a troll too. But the thing is, like, dude, you're a CEO now. You can't troll with the fans anymore. You just can't do it anymore. It's not.
Is he in his 40s?
Something like that, because he's got great hair now all of a sudden. So probably, I don't know.
Like, is he sort of 56?
Oh,
so he's got that old head mentality, I think, when it comes to social media. So for him replying, he probably doesn't.
He's aged a lot in 10 years.
I mean, I'm just being honest. But he should. But he's so like in the business with it. Like you should know. Like you're in a cutthroat business in Hollywood.
Do you know what? I'm not gonna lie, but I think Scooby Doo needs to figure out what's going on with WB and DC because something weird shit's going on.
Here's another thing about DC. WB might get bought again. So like none of this shit might shit might not even matter if WB gets bought again.
Oh yeah. Kill me.
Because guess who wants to buy Warner Brothers? NBC.
No.
Oh no. Oh hell
no.
Yes.
No. Keep them away. Keep them away right now.
No.
NBC. Aren't they like with Universal? Oh Jesus!
Yes, NBC Universal. Yes.
I'm so sick of this shit, man.
Hey, we're gonna get the Incredible Hulk in that Superman movie that we always wanted. Anyway, I say we just go ahead and switch subjects. Like this is getting depressing.
Yeah, if you've learned anything from our ranting on DC, is that DC, no matter what year we're in, they're still fucking
depressed comics.
Right? I was going to say something else, but I can't say it on air. I can't say it on stream. Demonetized. But
Demonetized
you
comics.
You can instill the nuance and see what I was going to go basically say. But DC, I said it before, say it again. Sort your shit out. And come on. Now, change the topic before we all start crying and I can't.
So, we're going to have some good news. It's a little bit sad, but it's a little bit good news. Mark Hamill says he wants to step down as being the Joker.
Huge respect.
How you guys feel about that?
Well, he's an old man, so fair enough.
I mean, I have huge respect for that. I think it's just a case of he doesn't want to do it without Kevin Conroy. And,
that's it. Yeah, I respect him for that.
There's a lot of honor in that. Of just like, you know what, there is no me without.
That's the loyalty he had with Conroy. So
yeah,
it's just respect thing.
There's no punchline without Batman, as he says.
No me without him. That's a very heartwarming thing, especially in the industry.
Wait, what?
That is
I knew it.
Oh, Warner Brothers is doing it. They're mad again.
Every time.
What happened?
Every time you brag about DC, does this happen?
Every time we talk about DC.
Like,
it actually happened real time.
Jacob, when you were talking,
wait, talk to me. What happened?
It was like static when you were talking.
I'm telling you, DC and Sony.
Every
James Gunn.
I'll tell you what.
It's James Gunn.
Now, you know what it is, right? It goes all the way back to that No Way Home stream when I had like literally 100 odd people on my stream. They came in there and snapped those people out. And then we were talking shit about DC the other day and my gaming stream crashed. And then out of nowhere, I'm convinced this is how they give people jobs. Yep. They're just going, doing all that crap. Damn.
They probably said like, Cobra, they're going back to talking about negative. Like
they're talking about James Gunn again. Send him in.
No.
Yeah, let's go. It's like, no, let's stay negative for a bit.
I mean, why are you gonna? I mean, I'm kind of glad that Mark Hamill is like stepping down though. Like it's time to like give somebody new.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, there's other good voice actors for the Joker out there anyway. It's just I really appreciate Mark Hamill doing this, especially in the world that is Hollywood. There's a lot of fake, BS, and people that just ain't real with it. And I think Mark Hamill is, he's also at that point where he's just at that age where he's just like, yeah, I can pick and choose what I do. I don't need to do this anymore. But also, I think it's just out of respect for his friend, and him doing it with anyone else is going to feel wrong for him. I completely understand his decision to not do it.
Yeah.
Especially when you've done it with the same guy for however many years.
Dude, it's like been 20 plus years, bro. When they were like, the show started in '92.
Yeah.
Yep. It's been a long time.
Crazy.
That's a long time.
It's a sad thing to happen, but at the same time, it's not like it's unexpected. Mark Hamill had to step down at some point, and obviously he's doing it in such a respectful way as well that no one can really hate on him. So
I think it might be the similar reasons why Amy Jo Johnson hasn't come back for the anniversary because of JDF. She hasn't said it, but I think it is. Probably.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a guarantee. Like, it's not a guarantee, but a safe bet that it's just.
Yeah.
Well, she done the live no long after, and she was in tears, so I wouldn't surprise.
Yeah, she was tearing, bro. Like
she was properly. If anybody felt it that hard, it was her.
I mean, their chemistry was something else. So behind the scenes, they were very close, and
they were
Comic
really
Cons and all kinds of stuff together.
Yeah.
They were like when she was singing her song, like she was tearing up, and then she just said like 20 minutes in her stream, she says, I can't do it no more. Like, I'm gonna have to catch you guys next time or whatever. And,
I saw that. That was so sad, man.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I did on that, like on a side note, I know it's not like Mark Hamill, whatever, but it's still connected. Like, it's an important conversation. Like, I know fans are like, why isn't she doing it? It's like, because there's real people playing characters, like, in case people just somehow forgot. There's real people playing these characters, and it's just something that It's like, you know, even I'll use even the Vin Diesel example. I don't know if you guys have seen the clip where sometimes he said that sometimes he'll put a post up about Paul Walker and people will tell him to move on. It's like that was his brother.
So effed up.
Like that was his brother. What? Why? Like
Why would
I
he
just
suddenly
imagine
just go, yeah, that's it?
You know,
people saying people should get over it. It's like, imagine, first off,
You haven't been through shit.
Don't tell people how to grieve, you fucking idiot. I'm sorry. You don't tell people how to grieve.
Mofo.
And second off, you didn't know the person. They did.
Exactly.
So get over yourself, bro. Like, imagine you have a dead family member or friend and they're like, oh, someone tells you to get over it. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Look, imagine how heartbreaking it is for all of us to hear that our favorite actor who plays our character is dead. Just imagine it for the people who know the actual
multiply that by 10,000. Somebody who knows.
It's gonna hurt worse.
Yeah. Also, people forget as well, Vin actually took on Paul's daughter as his own daughter to the point where she gets some Father's Day gifts. So if anybody has the right to post about Paul Walker, it's Vin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same thing with Mark Hamill. Like they said that him and Kevin Conroy were like this, you know, like they were brothers in arm in that booth. Like when they were doing
such for Mark Hamill, because Mark has lost Carrie Fisher. He's lost Kevin Conroy. Those are very two close friends in his life. He's lost both of them, and I feel bad, man. That's
because like if you know Andre Romano, like she basically was like the person that like did all their screenwrite, like them being in the booth, like directed them how to do it or whatever. They said that like Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill, like they be going at it when they're going at their voices or whatever, and it's like wow, it's like it's real life theater, bro. Like it's crazy.
It's like a Rocky and Apollo of voice acting, you know?
Yeah.
It's that kind of dynamic of something that you replicate with someone else, and then next minute they're gone. You know,
when you work with somebody for 20, 30 plus years, like you develop a friendship with them, and then like when you try to come back into work and it's another guy across from you,
let me set the scene for all these DC fans that are complaining and getting their knickers in a twist here. Like, just imagine you're Mark Hamill. You go into the booth. You've got your script. You look over at the booth. You're expecting to see Kevin, and then some other guy walks in. How are you going to feel? And it's not the new guy's fault, but it's at that point where you respectfully go, you know what? I can't do this. I'm stepping back. I can't.
Exactly.
Because like, I mean, they basically gave Mark Hamill already told everybody his new replacement is Troy Baker. Like, if you heard Troy Baker as he's a great job.
He's one of the best voice actors ever.
He's good. And then Supernatural is really good as Batman too.
Jensen Ackles is
Jensen Ackles.
Jensen Ackles is a great voice actor.
Yeah, he's really good as Batman.
Soldier Boy is great.
Yeah,
really good.
It's like
you guys
they did really good
era, but we're in good hands in terms of voice actors. Like
of actors
this is off topic, but Jeffrey Dean Morgan has joined Invincibles.
So, he did. I saw that.
That's gonna be fun, man.
Nice. Right at home in that show.
Invincible season 2. I read the comic. Went for a wild ride because.
I still need to go update.
Yeah.
Bro, I can't wait for that second
like
season.
Adam said, like this was gonna happen eventually anyway. Mark Hamill's getting up there in age himself.
Like eventually these two are probably going to do one last road.
It's a shame we couldn't see them do one last movie together, but we've gotten so many great ones over the years with them both. Like we have enough, guys. We have enough.
Yeah, Mark's 71. Like it's like the same thing I said about Indiana Jones here. Like Harrison Ford's like, how old's Harrison Ford now?
He's like 80.
Yeah, he's like 80 years old. Like he can't do it forever. Like him playing Indiana Jones in the next movie is it. He will not play him again after.
The reason he said he wanted to do Thunderbolt Ross is because he's like, I'm getting up there in age. I don't have much time left. I want to do some things I've never done.
Yeah, and he'll inevitably be CGI not long after anyway. Because if you know Red Hulk, then you know. But it's just this is an important conversation because it always links back to where fans get into, and I've seen this where they're all entitled. They're like, oh, but Mark is undoubtedly the undisputed voice of Batman. No two ways about it. Joker, damn it, I did a Cody there. You know, no two ways about it. 100%. But there is.
But he already said that Troy Baker is my replacement. Like, if I was to die today, I want him to do it. Yeah.
Like
that's what he said. Yeah.
Troy Baker is fantastic. Like his voice acting is good, very, very good. You know, it's just we're in good hands. I think Mark's in a space where he just can't do it without his friend, and
that's we don't own these guys at the end of the
no,
day.
you don't own me.
It's their jobs, like.
So, but no, I need to get what I want. It's like, yeah, well, fuck what you want. Like,
you have 30 years of what you want. There's so many movies.
Years. Come on.
It's like that kid in like the playground that has his own toys, but he just wants yours just for the sake of wanting yours. Yeah, but I want it. Shut up. I don't care.
Agreed. Like it's like literally just a case of, you know, I understand completely why Mark's stepping away. You know, I don't blame him. You know, I mean, it's a shame because he's great, but there's new blood there that's been given like by Mark's blessing, and I completely understand. Especially, like, it's gonna sound cheesy, but it's like me doing streams with you guys. Something
I know where you're going.
Tragic happens, and then I've got a stream with I don't know Tom and Jerry. Like, you know, like I'm gonna be like, nah, I can't do it. Like, no way. You know, I need to get my stream. It's like, well, no, I'm either doing it with these boys or not at all. So. It's a little hint there for anyone trying to backwater their way in.
You know what it's like? It's like a police officer. It's like something happens to your partner dies, and you have a new partner.
Yeah, that shit hits you. It's
not the same, man. It's not. It's not the
like
same.
watch Top Gun and just look at Maverick's PTSD from losing Goose. Just watch that. Says or Rocky and Apollo. Like when Apollo died, just look at what Rocky had to deal with. Like it's come on. Like, you know, these fans that just get all upset about it, and they don't look at they don't remove their fandom from it.
And then even Kevin Conroy aside, like Mark is he's getting old. He has a family. Let him enjoy time with his family. Like
exactly. Like you've also got to take this into consideration with the amount of people he's seen around him die and pass away. He's probably factoring that into going, you know what? I've done my time. I could be next. Like I want to spend my time with my.
Listen, Mark has said that he's fine with Sebastian Stan playing Luke as well.
Yeah,
I think they should do it.
They would fit that so well.
Because
nail it.
Because instead of blowing millions of dollars on CGI, which to be fair, does look really good. At least
that's really good. If you want to do like a Luke TV show or something, you can't do that for a whole show.
That shit's
expensive. I'm sorry, Sebastian Stan would be
because like Mark is saying like, dude, I'm okay, guys. Like I don't want to do this forever, but like you know,
I know the sequel trilogy is what it was, but we've got so much Mark Hamill Luke post that now that I think we can be at peace and okay. Like
and Mark Hamill he said like, yeah, one day I'm not gonna be here, but Luke Skywalker can live on. Like there's other people that can play him, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
He's got nothing wrong with that, you know.
I mean, but I just love it that he kept like he's basically getting his blessings early or whatever, so that way the studios don't have to struggle to find people or whatever. Is like
he's naming people. He's naming people.
He says, "Hey, if I was to die right now, Troy Baker is my replacement. Like, get him to do everything. Like."
Also, the topic of Mark Hamill. Can people stop trying to cancel the poor man because he liked a tweet by accident, probably? Like, seriously, you need to stop that stuff. It's not
people who follow what other people like on social media. You're fucking weird if you do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you need to go outside and you need to touch some grass because you are a strange individual.
Yeah.
You know how many things I click without paying attention to what I'm clicking? Like, I just click random shit, dude. I don't know what I'm like.
I think you need to get lazy to do that. You need to get some help.
Like sometimes you'll be on a scroll and you're just like a couple of random things, and then all of a sudden everyone will castrate you and go, "How could you like that thing? Oh my god! What are you?" Like just.
And even if you did like it, why are you taking time out of your day to keep track of what this man is looking at on Twitter or whatever?
Something. It's his.
And then but then the worst part is that Mark like apologized, and that was just the worst thing to do. Is like don't
do that, because then you give rise to people that. And this is the thing. It's because Mark's a good guy. That's the thing. And
Mark's a great guy, man.
Yeah. People prey on that. And what I find interesting is we live in a culture right now that preys on people that have a good conscience, and they love to play the victim and do these little kind of games to play with people. If you know, right? Yeah. If you know, they love to do these little games that fuck with people. And Mark Hamill's one of those people that's a nice, genuine dude that, you know, anytime he feels like he's upset someone, he will backtrack because he's such a lovely guy. And people
You know what pissed me off most about
Some
the world
people should
nowadays?
learn from that.
Everyone is so cynical now. Like, everyone assumes the worst about everything and thinks that everyone is.
Yeah, that pisses me off, man.
Yeah.
It's like every
there has to be some
fandom has
ulterior
that
motive
issue.
behind everything. Like, no, I'm just trying to do the right thing. Like, why are you putting these intentions on me that I don't
It's like,
have?
oh, what's your hidden agenda? What's your motive? It's like, no, I'm literally trying to do the right thing.
It's a world full of trust issues by the looks of it. It's like everybody can't trust anyone anymore.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
Who you have in your circle is reflective of you. That's not on me. Don't put that.
Yep.
Yeah, just because you're an untrustworthy piece of shit doesn't mean I am. Like, calm down.
No. It's facts though. Speaking facts,
I'll say it like this: I may not agree with Mark. I may not agree with Mark Hamill on all his stances or whatever, but y'all need to leave that 71-year-old man alone. Like, seriously,
for Christ's sake. Oh, but it's Luke Skywalker.
I hate to be that guy, but it's literal elder abuse, bro. He's an elderly man.
I also hate
it's true.
Leave him be.
I hate when people also do this annoying thing that I've seen recently where they're like, just because he's older doesn't give him an excuse to get away with it. Shut up. Shut up. He's older. He's been through life. He's experienced it. He will probably know more than you ever will. You don't get to tell him what to do.
I'm gonna tell you something. The older you get, the less you're gonna change your mind about a lot of things. It's just.
Like, you know what's funny? All these people hating on him, if they saw him in person, you know what they'd be like? Can I get your autograph? You're my hero.
Well, it's like what CM Punk said. You know, you'll shove it in my face at 3 a.m. at the airport because you're too lazy to go out and get a real job.
Yep.
Like some people need that. But it's just, you know, it's seeping into every area of our life now. Where I don't know why I changed the background so soon. Actually, I just got the background ready. But it's seeping into every area of our life now with this fan entitlement that reaches a level where it fucks the people playing them. It's like, no, I need to get what I want and I deserve it because I'm a fan.
We saw a lot of this with Black Panther 2 as well, because that shit was annoying, bro. Like, calm the fuck down. I'm sorry.
Me and Darius talked about that a lot. No, hold on. On that note,
you got people calling Ryan Coogler a sellout.
Yes,
because he didn't allow.
Well, at that point, I would say, well, you go direct a better movie.
Darius, remember we talked about like some YouTubers
what more could they do?
That, Ryan Coogler should have stepped down from the project.
No.
Shouldn't direct the movie.
I'm sorry. Put some respect on Ryan Coogler's name. This guy literally developed 2 kingdoms, Sea and Wakanda.
He literally finished up.
So put some respect on him, for Christ's sake.
One of his best friends in the world died while he was making the movie, and he had to rewrite the movie.
Yes,
like
when you watch Wakanda Forever, you can see the movie it was gonna be. You can see it there that it was gonna be T'Challa versus Namor, land versus. You can see it there. But what they did, in my opinion, was as good as they could do. There were some things I didn't like about it for sure that they didn't need to do, but by and large, you know, killing the didn't need to kill them. Didn't need to. I
feel like they were gonna do that either way. If
I know, but like for me, save it for the.
It was a bit much with the context of everything. I get that.
Yeah.
Me personally, I didn't like Wakanda Forever, but I can say this: I do love Angela Bassett as the queen, bro. Like she
was a queen in that movie.
She killed it. And if she doesn't win an Oscar,
hell of a performance.
If she doesn't win an Oscar, bro, like I don't know what else to say.
That movie was freaking stellar.
He's had more of an impact,
bro. That scene where she was yelling at Okoye, I was like, oh shit.
I lost my son. I lost my husband, and now I lost my daughter. I was like, dang.
I mean, do you know what? Right. What could have been? Just imagine, I love Halle Berry, but just imagine Storm.
She would have been an amazing Storm, bro.
Dude, yeah, she was in the running for Storm.
She was.
The thing
is, passed her up.
The thing is, she could have had that African accent down too, man. Like,
hold on.
She sounded.
You know that scene where Professor X dies in Last Stand? Imagine not knocking Halle Berry, but. Angela would have killed that scene, bro.
I'm sorry, dude.
I love Halle Berry, but there's levels to this shit.
There's levels of acting.
Angela Bassett, like, listen.
Angela Bassett's one of the greatest actresses I've ever seen.
She's one of the.
She
I'm
better
telling
win that
you,
Oscar. She better win
Academy,
that Oscar. We're fighting for this. Okay?
Academy, you guys screwed a
Academy.
lot of people over. You screwed Denzel over plenty of times
yeah,
in other
you did.
roles.
Denzel, Leo.
Bro,
Leo.
Leo,
Let's not forget
bro.
Leo, especially.
Denzel, Leo, you guys are moving mad out
Like,
here.
listen, you better give Angela Bassett
Leo
that.
should have at
that
least 3 Oscars.
Bro, Angela Bassett and
Hey,
Viola Davis.
I'm sorry. The BS of that is right. Leo should have about 3, and the one he got it for was, in my opinion, not his
Yeah,
best.
Revenant wasn't even his strongest performance.
Yeah.
Why didn't he get one for?
He didn't even get
Denzel,
nominated for the
Denzel
department.
should have had at
Oh,
least
that
4.
pisses me off even more.
Denzel is like
Denzel has like 4 or 5 that he should
He
have
did
got.
not get
We don't talk
nominated
about
for The
that.
Departed. Oh, that. Now.
And you know what, Academy? I know you hate comic book movies. You just fucking hate superhero movies. I don't know why.
Yeah, you don't like the fact
yeah,
this is the thing that's
Oh,
running.
Can you do this one thing for us, please, and give Angela
Just
Bassett
one
Can you do
thing.
this
Talk
one
about
thing?
how
We won't
Robert
ask you for anything else.
Pattinson did not get nominated for Best Actor. He did not get nominated.
I'm sorry.
What?
The level of acting it takes to communicate with, like, literally, if people think, oh, it's easy, he's just standing there in a mask. Right. Let's just imagine this. I cut all of your face off like that. I've got to communicate with my eyes, my acting. That's not easy. That's tough. Robert freaking nailed that.
He should be nominated. He should.
I don't know.
I'm not saying he should win because this year was crazy for Best Actor.
Yeah, like not win,
but
but
he
at
should
least
get
be in the
nominated.
running, you know? At
No.
least
He
get-
should
Recognize his performance.
When it comes to that superior actress thing, yeah, you better give it to Angela Bassett. There's
Bro,
no other.
You
But
better.
Paul
You
Dano too.
Paul Dano didn't get shit either.
Supporting actor.
Yeah.
Even though if Danny doesn't care for Riddler, he deserved an award.
Bro, that scene when he goes crazy, he's in the
No.
the
Danny,
cell.
your face.
No.
He's like, no.
Anyway,
Oh, no.
Angela Bassett. Yeah.
Hush,
Come
Riddler,
on.
Yeah,
No.
Still
The
good
thing
performance.
is, though, Paul Dano, he put
Did
so
you get-
much. He talked about how the role of Riddler messed with his mental state at times, and he had trouble sleeping. He most definitely should get nominated for
You know
that.
what?
The same thing happened with Heath Ledger, and he won.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be
Well,
honest.
this
I'm gonna
is the
be
thing.
honest. If Heath Ledger hadn't died, they wouldn't have given it to him.
Exactly. I was about to
That's
say,
a
this is the
fact.
thing. They gave it to him because he passed.
Yeah, that is true. That is
But
true.
what about Joaquin Phoenix when he did the Joker though?
I mean, put it this way: Adam
They
Driver
couldn't
was in the
overlook.
running
They
for
couldn't
Marriage
overlook
Story.
that one.
They couldn't
Because that
overlook
was-
Joaquin.
Yeah, because
That
that
was
was
too-
like the
He's
most
too good.
non-comic book movie.
It's like, as I said
It was
before,
very.
the
It was
main-
basically
it was-
Taxi Driver.
it was
That was
Taxi-
the main
And also,
reason
it was
people hate that movie
controversial,
at
and the Oscars like controversial stuff.
Exactly. Even though
Yeah.
that movie is a comic book movie, it's not a comic book movie.
It's
Like, that's
Taxi
the-
Driver. It's Taxi
It's
Driver.
Taxi
bro.
Driver.
It's really just
Yeah.
Taxi Driver.
It's
So
Taxi
because it's such a real movie with comic book, themes in the sense of like the character,
Yeah.
they were able to overlook it, kind of thing. Like this whole disrespect of the superhero genre, right?
You
I'm
know,
not one of
I tried to give the Academy grace. I tried to be like, maybe they just, but no, like
no, they
this
just
is,
don't like it. There's a clear
It's
bias.
just
Like, it's
there's
just
a bunch of old. They're just a
it's
bunch
not
of old.
cinema. Well, it plays in
It's-
cinemas, doesn't it?
It's a bunch of
Exactly.
old. It's a bunch of old people that don't put seasoning in their food.
Out of touch people. That's what it is. Out of touch people. I'm sorry.
no one's saying it has to win Best Picture, but you can at least recognize a good
They put it
performance.
in.
Dude,
It's a
they're a
good
bunch of
performance.
old people that put raisins in the potato salad. Like, I mean, what are we doing here with
Okay,
it?
call me
Like,
biased, but Tom Holland should have at least got more recognition for his role in
No Way Home saved theaters.
That
for
scene,
one, so.
that
Dude,
scene where Aunt May
His acting in that
dies,
was the best.
that
out of the three.
performance,
yeah.
chef's kiss. Don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, but the
Doesn't
thing is,
matter how much of a
Willem
fanboy
Dafoe,
you are, you're
the
right.
supporting actor.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
the thing is, the academies and the awards companies have such a hard on for 5-star mustache Chardonnay twirling.
Movies that
They're
nobody's
such
heard
a
of.
hard on for those kind of things. I'm
It's
like,
like,
can you
dude,
give them-
like half of the
Bro, you
movies
know
that
what's
were
gonna happen, right?
nominated, I never watched.
Somebody from Barbie is gonna get a nomination, bro.
Yeah, and that's what's the bullshit of it. They'll just ran.
Wait a minute. Isn't Thor: Love and Thunder like on the nomination on
It
something?
didn't make it.
What?
It didn't make
Whoa,
it.
whoa, whoa.
Woo! Woo!
Hell no.
On that
He
note,
got a
though,
nomination
on
for
top of
visual
that, though,
effects, I heard.
not only did Pattinson get robbed, but the Batman got a lot of they got
Wait, didn't they screw over Top Gun as well?
they
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Top
Batman and Top Gun got screwed over, bro.
No, I think the Batman's not nominated for best cinematography or score.
Top Gun got best screenplay.
Hold on. Let me look up.
That's something. All right, that's something.
Well,
I don't think
the score.
I think Tom Cruise get best actor too? Didn't he get nominated for that?
Oh, that's good.
It's Austin Butler, Brendan Fraser, Colin Farrell, Bill Nighy.
Yeah.
Well, Brendan Fraser, I can see why he got it. Like, he deserves it after all these years.
He has a comeback story.
I'm sorry, the people that do these award things, they are so.
You know that one lady who brought herself in? That's some bullshit. You know about that?
I told Jacob. I already told you.
So the Batman is not for best. It's not on best original score.
That's bullshit. That's the best score last year.
That's the best score.
You know what? Batman should be on adapted screenplay too.
Exactly. Matt freaking put his heart and soul into that screenplay. You know what? Fuck the Academy, man. That pisses me off.
Dude,
no wonder no one watches it.
How many times have I told you guys? It's a bunch of old people that don't put seasoning in their food. They don't know what seasoning is.
I'll say it, Danny. It's a bunch of old.
Okay, they gave it
I hate to say it, but a certain someone wasn't wrong when they said that a few years ago.
Hashtag Oscars so old.
It's so old. Hashtag Oscars is so old. The young man.
Somebody said that a few years ago.
Old.
Yeah.
Hashtag stop it. Get some help.
Color that I'm wearing a lot of people.
This stuff is getting
Go White Ranger. Go. Fight your sword.
How does the Batman thing
All
go
I'm
down?
saying
Who do you think you are, Epicon Productions? Batman's score was mid. King, do your impression of the score and show.
What? Who said that?
Wait, what?
Hold on a minute here.
Whoa.
You're getting roasted.
You, sir, are getting a timeout for that comment.
Sir.
You're getting a timeout for that comment. A timeout.
Something in the way.
You're in the way.
I tell you what, hold that thought. I'm thinking in the background. Everybody sing it all together. Something in the way.
Wait, hold on. He said, the same guy said Hans Zimmer is overrated.
Who said that? Get out of here. Get the fuck out. Nah.
Block this
Get
guy right
the chat. Get the chat. Go.
Where?
Has to be a troll.
Hans Zimmer is the
Lion King theme, dude. The Lion King theme. Hans Zimmer made that, bro.
Say what you want about the Nolan trilogy, but that is chef's
sorry.
No.
Joker theme. Heath Ledger's Joker theme. Hans Zimmer.
Inception. Inception, right?
Yeah.
Interstellar.
No, Hans
Cobra
Zimmer.
Kai World. That's an insult to clowns. He's on another level than a clown.
Wait, LB, we know that's not part of the score. Like, that was the Nirvana, Something in the Way. But it's
even the Batman theme, though.
Yeah, LB, we're talking in satire, dude. Read the
and the Riddler theme and Catwoman's theme.
I heard that.
Like, read the room, like, for God's sake, you know what I mean. Oh, Something in the Way. Oh, that's not a score. I know it's Nirvana.
Bro, you don't deserve ears,
but also how he used.
And this is why you guys will never be on the show.
How Matt used the song,
yeah,
and the meaning, it's part of the soundtrack. Like, come on,
bro, that man does not deserve the ability to hear.
Yo, this dude said Hans Zimmer's overrated.
TCK.
Didn't Hans Zimmer make the Pirates theme too?
That was
wasn't that John Williams?
That's John Williams.
Oh, John Williams.
The other goat.
Sorry, if you say anything bad about John Williams, then we got problems.
And we're fighting.
We're fighting, bro. Yeah, put your hands up.
I tell you what, John Williams does right. He makes classical orchestra.
Yeah, that was funny, man. That man is not the ability.
Sorry, Hans Zimmer's like Eminem and Tupac if he was a composer. Like, you can't put that crap out there. I'm sorry, Hans Zimmer's music is a language. Like, when you watch The Amazing Spider-Man 2, the movie's asinine, but the score,
that theme though, that theme,
like, oh, come
bro,
on.
Hans Zimmer made the Inception music.
Bro,
come
man
on,
said Johnny Williams.
Johnny Williams.
Johnny Williams.
Oh, fucking Who said that's terrible?
I'm sorry, dude. Like, I think old boy is sending them over, bro. Like, I really think so.
Somebody's watching this and sending these guys over here.
We're going right back to the award thing. I'm linking this back to the awards. Are these the kinds of people that are running the award shows that don't have any clue what the hell they're doing?
These guys don't know cinema. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, it's cinema. What?
Old people that don't put seasoning in their food.
No, I'll say old white dudes.
I wrote an article for my school paper. It was a satire about how to win an Oscar, and I literally put, "Do not make a superhero movie. That's how you win an Oscar."
Cobra Kai. Well, Hans Zimmer did the freaking Pirates of the Caribbean score as well.
Oh, he did.
Exactly.
One of the goats.
Man of Steel. Yeah.
Seriously.
He did Wonder Woman too. Wonder Woman. That
Oh,
theme goes
yeah.
hard too.
What are you smoking? I want to know.
I'm sorry. Hans Zimmer's soundtrack, bro. They are.
Oh, he did Mad Max. That shit was heat too.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, who did the Superman? Who did the Henry Cavill Superman film?
I just don't.
I don't know.
But I can't. I
Just go with it. All right.
Go with it. Just go with it.
You
No
know what?
questions here.
You know what? I'd say we switch. Let's talk about
Yeah.
Doctor Strange.
Yeah, let's transition to Doctor Strange. But the point,
right.
Danny, add this on to the next discussion because I've got more to say about
the
this.
Academy is on
Gladiator too.
Oh, so we
Gladiator.
Gladiator.
He also did Dune.
Dune was.
Bro, Hans Zimmer, right? He did Dunkirk for fuck's sake. Like, put it this way. I'm sorry, Hans Zimmer's music. If you turn the dialogue off, right? If you were to just watch the movie with just the soundtrack, Hans Zimmer will allow you to watch the movie with the soundtrack.
His movie is a plot in itself.
Dune was
No.
It's a character.
You meant to say his score is a plot in himself.
Well, this LB kid's trying to be different.
The two goats of composing, Hans Zimmer and John Williams. Those are the goats.
Yep.
Undisputed. Like, they're
Michael Giacchino is getting up there though.
Hey, Ludwig Göransson as well.
Oh yes.
Oh, dude.
That Black Panther 2 score. Good. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Dude, I still love the Killmonger's theme.
Oh, I
Killmonger's theme
love
is
that
heat.
theme tune so
On the
much.
first film. Oh,
The
my
Mandalorian
God.
theme.
Don't sleep on Lauren Balfe. He's pretty good too.
Wait,
Yeah.
Jacob, did you see they're doing
Oh,
a live concert?
Steve Jablonsky, who did the Transformer score, he's very good. Like, I love his
Yeah.
score.
Oh, you know,
Autobots Reunite?
Oh.
That song from Age of Extinction? That slaps.
Dun,
I was gonna say is,
dun. Oh,
Jacob, they're doing a live Black Panther like performance with the soundtrack in London.
wait, what? Where? Wait, where?
well,
Royal Albert Hall, I think.
Oh,
Jacob,
bad.
are you in
May.
Wakanda for a minute?
Wait, hold on.
come
I
on,
might have to go to that because Black Panther's music. is
Yeah,
heat.
come to the UK.
a little time in the Albert Hall. I come out White Panther. Actually, White Wolf.
Wait, hold on, let me find it.
yeah.
Yeah. So they're doing one for Batman. Funny enough, we're talking about Batman as well earlier on. They're doing one in March, the whole score. So people are saying it's trash. Go and see that live, and then you'll see how stupid you sound.
LB trying to be different.
Just something
Yeah,
different.
stop trying to be
Yeah,
different and
I've said this
edgy.
before. Like, stop being that edgy contrarian that's on
LJ,
the other side of the
You
fence.
remember that reviewer, dude, when he said that the Batman score was bad? He gave it like.
I'm sorry.
I think I saw something where somebody said you just kept reusing the same song.
People just
I mean, if you've
exist.
been studying the music, you would know that Hans Zimmer is not overrated.
People just exist in this life to be the edgy contrarian that's on the other side of the fence. But look, I get it. When it's the popular opinion, it can fall into the overrated category. I get it. But by and large, props are props. Hans Zimmer, John Williams, like these are the freaking goats. There's no two ways about it. Like, you don't be that kid that's like, I disagree, just to be edgy, just for the sake of it. Like,
He did Top Gun Maverick too, so that's another one. There we go.
And the guy that did it with him, Harold Faltermeyer, like he's
Yeah. And then John Williams is Harry Potter.
Home Alone.
Oh yeah.
Okay, if anyone says Alan Silvestri is trash or anything, then you need to get.
He is underrated. He did the first
and Back to the Future, by the way.
Back to the Future. He did Forrest Gump, I think.
Yeah.
And obviously Avengers. I mean,
needs to put him in some more stuff.
Him and Michael Giacchino are the best.
Henry Jackman as well.
Oh, Alexander.
Alexander. Oh, don't forget about Danny Elfman. Don't forget about Danny Elfman.
Danny Elfman, Alexandra Desplat.
Archivist Amanda's score is really good as well.
Oh, what's that guy? Starts with James Newton Howard. That's another one.
What's the other? Oh, the guy who did TASM 1, James Horner. He's good too.
Lorne Balfe.
He's great.
Lorne
Lorne
Balfe.
Balfe, yeah, he's underrated.
He did the Mission Impossible stuff as well.
Oh, you know, for all the shit we've given Walking Dead over the years, Bear McCreary, who did the soundtrack for Walking Dead,
who did James
and
Bond?
Who did the Pacific Rim theme? He did Prison Break.
I think Hans Zimmer did No Time to Die as well. Hold on, let me check.
Yeah, he did. Rawin Dijawadi, I think it is. Is that his name?
Yes.
Let me see.
I'm addressing it in general, LB, friends to back me up. I'll tell you what, I'll do this. How about this? Tell you what, how about this? There you go. Where are they? It's stupid. You can have your opinion and you can have all that shit, but don't pull that card of
you're lonely boy, LB.
Because you're surrounded by whatever. Like, no, don't pull that card.
Also, why did he automatically assume it was about him as well? Sorry, dude, you're not the main character. We don't care about you enough.
Oh, let's just change topic.
Let's need each other to debate. Just say it.
Let's just.
He doesn't need. By all means, Jacob doesn't need any of us for a debate. Like,
exactly.
If you know his background and his upbringing,
he'd be all right.
The man of his household.
We gonna be all right.
He's gonna be all right.
He's gonna be all right.
He's going to the cookout and he's up, and he's been the man of his house for.
So, like, you guys want me to put the Oscars as the starting subject for the next week's?
Yeah, I got some stuff to say to the old academy. I got stuff to say to the old academy.
You know what you're doing.
So, okay, so potato salad, non-raisin potato. Yeah, I got you, dog. Like, non-seasoned potato salad. Got you.
They gotta take their hearing aids out of their put their hearing aids in their ears.
All right, let's get to Doctor Strange. Let's get to Doctor Strange. All right, so Danny, what's this Doctor Strange segment? Talk to us.
Man, I was throwing it up to you guys. How do you guys feel about Doctor Strange? Because
they all got love for you, LB.
Who wants to go first?
Mid.
I don't know what that was. So
you think the first one's mid?
Yeah.
You think the second one's better?
Wait,
No.
First one was decent.
Okay, let Jacob start it out.
I'm not gonna do that, LB. For God's sake, come on. It's let me just say this. All right, I'm not gonna mention the second one at all. I'm just gonna stay strictly on the first one. I really enjoyed the first one. I was surprised at how much I actually enjoyed it. Like I thought, because I've never been big on Doctor Strange like that. I was never really a huge fan of him in the comics. I used him in Marvel Ultimate Alliance, but other than that, I didn't really vibe with him like that. I was like, okay, just a cool.
He became more of like Iron Man in the MCU. You start to respect him.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like, he screamed glorified Harry Potter to me, you know. And I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I was like, But this movie came out, and I was like, well, hello, Doctor Strange. Okay, fair enough. And to be fair, what sold me on the movie was seeing the behind the scenes of him and like I think the guy who plays Mordo like skipping in the street and looking like completely ridiculous, and then you see like how it looks after, and you're like, whoa, that's sick. But I love that this movie introduced us to the mirror dimension, Dormammu, all that kind of otherworldly stuff. It introduced us into the multiverse stuff, and all this like magic and mystical stuff, which was done the right way. And it was done in such a way where you would believe that this was in the same universe as, like, let's say, Iron Man and a talking tree. But I really did enjoy this movie a lot more than I thought I would upon when I first heard it came out. And a lot of that is in part of where some actors are born to play a role. Benedict Cumberbatch owns it.
He is.
Yeah.
It's like Tony.
He owns it. Like, I mean, I know people throw around that term loosely. Like the MCU's casting is always pretty much spot on, but with this one in particular, he is Doctor Strange. Like,
think about this scene in Infinity War where he's like talking to Thanos, and he's like, "You're much more of a Thanos," and he's like saying, "You make the mistake of messing with the master."
I'll be honest with you guys. And this is going to be I'm going to hate admitting this. I didn't watch Doctor Strange when it came out. I only watched Doctor Strange once I saw Infinity War.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
And, like, literally, I'll admit it because
I'll never forgive you.
Block him.
It's like, you think I broke your heart? You broke mine too.
Oh
Essentially,
God.
I was set up for it. What can I say? But essentially, I didn't watch it until Infinity War, and I saw, right, oh wow, Doctor Strange, this dude's pretty sick. So I went and watched the movie. I was like, why the hell didn't I watch this movie sooner? Whoa. Mads Mikkelsen's role in the movie, he didn't really have a lot to do. That's one of my critiques with it, is it just felt like he was just your standard generic first act villain, which is basically, to be fair, that can be applied to a lot of the MCU, of like Obadiah Stane and people like that. It's nothing new. But in terms of Doctor Strange, I like what they did with his character, and I think they really they done it in a way where it was fresh and it still fit in universe. And it was a very good way to sort of set up where things were going to go for the MCU's future. And visually, like the visuals, anytime Doctor Strange is around, are freaking insane.
Dude, visuals are insane.
I mean, you remember that shot in No Way Home where it's like, you know, where he drops Spider-Man down like into the hole, and then you get sucked in. I'm like, yo, see, as soon as Doctor Strange is attached to it, I'm like, right, we're gonna get some sick visuals. Like
the old Marvel scenes were amazing,
and I love Mordo in this movie as well. I love Mordo. I was like, oh, Mordo is pretty sick. I like him. And then
the actor for him is great as well.
And then with Wong, I was like, you know what? Protect Wong.
The GOAT.
Like, protect
Wong. Wong is the GOAT.
But protect
Wong. Do you remember that?
But I really enjoyed the movie. I think it was good. I enjoyed it. I rewatch it every now and then. It's a good movie.
Fortify your mind.
Your mind. Again. But it's you know, just a thing of, I really enjoyed it. I'm curious to see like what you guys have to sort of say about it, but that's pretty much it for me with it. I think it's aged well. And I think when you look back upon the first entries for certain characters, this is one of the stronger ones in my opinion. In terms of like the beginning chapter for characters. Yeah. Like it was a good first entry for Doctor Strange, and it was fascinating because he has that sort of Tony Stark arc, if you will, Tony Stark. But it was just kind of like, you know what? I like where they're going with this. And I think they built up a good foundation for Doctor Strange now that was built upon this movie. So solid first act. Really enjoyed it. How about you guys?
I like it. It knows what it is and does what it needs to do. Like around like 2016 and 2017, they were trying to get, you know, movies that were very simple and not in a bad way. Like we were trying to get to Infinity War.
Yep. Yeah, that was the end game.
But I enjoy it. Visuals are amazing. That's Doctor Strange has the best visuals in the MCU.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're talking about solo films, yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Because there's so much you can do with the visuals, like the possibilities. Like Into the Spider-Verse, it looks great, but we get that with Doctor Strange on screen anytime he's nearby, and you can do it's VFX heaven because you can do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to do. Like this dude literally takes a blast from Thanos and turns it into freaking bird butterflies. Like, I mean, come on. Like,
yeah.
Oh, sick.
And like you said, Jacob, like Benedict Cumberbatch is just born.
Oh, no, he was born for the role
to play Stephen Strange. Like he,
you know, when I first saw him, I think act, apart from not knowing he was in Lord of the Rings, seeing him in Sherlock, I always thought this guy is amazing. And seeing him cast as Doctor Strange, I'm like, yeah. That he's gonna make something great out of that. First impression of him in that first film, he's gonna be like the next big focal character going forward. And yeah, he just hit the ground running so hard, and people love him. Such a respected actor as well, but just adds to the just how great Doctor Strange is as a character.
Yeah, he's good. I like the movie. I like it better. Well, I don't want to mention the second one, but
I heard about Scott Derrickson apparently is coming back for the third film to direct it.
I really want
involved in the second film.
Oh, that would be good.
My source was on.
Then we can start paying off a lot of those story beats from the first one.
Yeah, because I think they might want to go back to that thing because Raimi was brought in to sort of finish off something that he started.
Yeah.
And they changed it a lot.
Erickson wanted to make it more horror based, and
not multiverse.
Dude.
But if the film's called Multiverse of Madness, it has to be about the multiverse.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, not to pull
I
on to
want him
that.
to like really go all in with the horror stuff in the third film.
Yeah,
I mean, there's some scenes in it. I'm like, whoa. Obviously, the Illuminati stuff was the showcase of Raimi's horror stuff and all that, but they made her very Wanda was pretty creepy in that movie. She turned into the chick from Exorcist in some scenes.
Well, like as a movie, it was a good movie. I don't know. I think it's one of them movies I'll appreciate over time.
I think we all expected a bit more from it, and it's decent. You can rewatch
I feel like
but...
it's all about that title. If you'd have called it Doctor Strange: Rise of the Scarlet Witch,
Rise of the Scarlet Witch or something like that.
You know, with Ant-Man, you've got Ant-Man and the Wasp, like Doctor Strange and the Scarlet Witch in the Multiverse of Madness.
It's just like what Jacob said. It's like if you didn't call it the Multiverse of Madness and so that this is going to be
you got to save that for when like shit's about to fucking go down.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, you got to save that title because it's a good title.
Or what you could have called it is like Doctor Strange, Chaos in the Multiverse, because chaos magic. It relates to Wanda.
Yeah,
that or Rise of Scarlet Witch or Doctor Strange and Wanda. Like I would have been like, okay, it's really like when you say multiverse, you're thinking that we're gonna go to all these different places when we only went to
And the thing is, a lot of it comes down to like expectations as well. Like I didn't expect to see bloody Hugh and Toby stuff, but I think I just expected a bit more exploration, especially because going off the back of the first film, I thought we were going to really delve into that. Like even if it was just sorcerers, like seeing different versions of Mordo, or Strange, stuff like that. That's what I thought we were going to maybe see the Ancient One in a multiverse sense. Like that's what I thought we were going to do. Partially.
Adam, what do you think about Doctor Strange?
To be honest, like out of all of us, I'm probably the least fan of Doctor Strange. Like I watched the first one, but I really I liked his roles in more like the group up movies more than I did his single outings. Like I'm just a person that, for me, it's like he's a good character, but at the same time, it's like his movies are good for visuals, and don't get me wrong, and the stories. The first one had a decent enough story. It's just I'm not a big Doctor fan, big Doctor Strange fan, to be honest. Because
fair enough.
I've just never really don't get me wrong, Benedict Cumberbatch is a great actor. Like I used to watch him in completely all different movies, even like movies back in the day before he became very, very known. So a movie done with James McAvoy as well, is one of the best performances I've ever seen him in, being a snouty, poshy type guy. So don't get me wrong, it's not that it's not a good actor, it's not that the movies are bad, it's just necessarily for me, it's
To add to your point about Benedict, he is a damn good villain. I know we all don't really care for Star Trek, but
I watched Star Trek actually.
Him as Khan, he was menacing, bro.
Oh yeah. See, that thing for me, Benedict is such a great villain as well, because a lot of the movies I've watched him, he used to play a villain more than a hero. So don't get me wrong, he is good and stuff. It's just for me personally, I just don't really care for the Doctor Strange character as much. To me, he's like a character that's intertwined with it, but at the same time, it's just.
So you just say team up movies, and then you enjoy him better.
Yeah, the team up movies, when it comes to No Way Home, that his role in that was perfect. The sense of humor, the way he was going about things, it was great. If he was like that more within other movies, as Doctor Strange, I'd definitely be a bigger fan. But it's just because obviously in the first few movies when they were setting him up and stuff, it was more the slow burn, getting him to where he has to go sort of thing. So I was more just meh.
I do agree that I do like him better in the team up movies.
Yeah.
But I do like him in his solo movies, but I don't know.
I like him in the movies. It's just for me, when it comes to the second movie, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the storyline of it. I like what happened between him and Wanda and things, but the whole Illuminati stuff and things like that, I get it, but I just don't care for that in a film. It's too on the nose for me. It's like, see, look, we're touching on that thing everybody talks about. And it's like, so it doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
So when it comes to that stuff, like that's why I never really cared for that movie. The first one was good, but it's just simply the fact that for me, Doctor Strange is a good comic hero, but he has one of the harder characters to like actually do an adaptation.
They use him well. They use him well. Like they utilize him well throughout the universe, and I'd say they do a good job. Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. Like, I do like the fact that they kind of have it kind of reminds me a little bit of Avatar: The Last Airbender, like how they do the moves, like like how they open up the portals and stuff like that. Mr. Cumberpatch is a really good actor. I mean, this is my first movie actually watching him, like him as Doctor Strange or whatever. I haven't really followed any of the guy's career, being 100% honest or whatever. So, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. There was one time where I just went on a hiatus of not watching any Marvel movies, because I was kind of just burnt out for a little bit. But then, when I got back on it, then I started back up with Doctor Strange. Who else? Guardians 2, and then getting a little bit further with the phases or whatever, just to catch up to get to the end game. I mean, the Infinity War and end game. So, other than that, I thought Doctor Strange was cool. I love the visuals. Me, it's a watchable movie. So, either
it's not one that I watch a lot, but I'll happily watch it if it's on.
It's like a movie to watch with your friends, really. It's like, let's throw in a movie. We can all watch this together, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I threw it back on just to kind of refresh my memory because it's been a while since I've seen it or whatever. Yeah. But I rewatched it and I was like, okay, this still holds up or whatever. So, but definitely, I did like him in No Way Home or whatever because he did that. He did a great supporting role with Peter or whatever, just being a good friend and helping people out.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely stronger in ensemble.
Yeah.
He has more time to shine in that sense.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think time has been kind to the movie.
The TCK, we all know how you feel. Mid.
Mid. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Mid.
I mean, I agree. I think, Benedict Cumberbatch is definitely, you could say perfect casting for this character. Like, he's the right amount of charisma. And first of all, he just looks like Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I find this movie so boring. I couldn't. I mean, it's visually stunning. Yes, of course. Everyone thinks, aren't the visuals great? Yes, they're great. But every time I try to rewatch this movie, I just can't get through it. I find it so boring. I think it really drags on.
It does drag on. It could have benefited from an hour.
In the second act, it does drag.
Yeah,
it really does drag. I'm not a fan of that final act at all. And so if I try to watch it, I'm not looking forward to anything, honestly, because I've already seen the visual effects. So I don't know. I just find this movie really boring, in my opinion. I don't hate the movie. I don't think it's a bad Marvel movie. I just think the movie, him in its own movie, is just not for me. Like we've been saying, I think he's much better with the other Avengers. I think he plays off them better than the other supporting characters in this movie, because they're not that memorable. Besides Wong and the Ancient One, I don't care about them that much. I didn't care for that end credit scene that really went nowhere.
Which one? In the first one or the second one?
The first one.
Okay.
Yeah, so the movie, it's definitely not a bad movie. It's definitely not a bad Marvel movie. It's just not for me. I've tried to rewatch it multiple times, and I don't know. It's kind of a snooze fest for me.
I got you. just like this. Embrace the awkward silence.
TCK, is it an 8 out of 10?
Oh man.
Yeah, after all that, I'll give it an 8 out of 10.
Jesus, man.
Danny, I had to, man. I'm sorry.
God damn.
Yeah, you gotta stop abusing the 8 out of 10, my guy. You just keep throwing that around.
Oh my God.
Nick, now you gotta say, well, where's the season 5 review?
Oh yeah.
You gotta throw it right back at him.
Season 5 review. Where's Teen Titans season 6? Well, there's a lot of things that I have. Why is the Academy don't put no seasoning in their food? We don't understand. There are questions that we have yet to
there
understand.
are questions in this universe. Why do people not communicate? You know, there are questions in this life that we just were not meant to solve. You know.
Oh yeah, Cobra Kai World. Yeah, It's definitely better than Love and Thunder. That freaking porno.
Oh, leaps and bounds. Like,
God, defo.
Shitstorm.
Oh Lord.
Darius,
Lord,
are you?
I think Darius is busy.
I think he's eating his pizza.
Darius?
An 8 out of 10. Thank you, cool Game Boy. Thank you. An 8 out of 10. I mean, and not like me. I'm a 10 out of 10.
I guess we can move on.
But eventually,
Yeah.
people will learn that. But yeah, I think we can all agree that it's an all right movie. It's an okay movie.
It's decent. It's not bad or anything.
It's all right. It's all right.
We gonna be all right.
Right.
Okay. So this next one is it's not a knock on Kevin Feige or anything. By all means, I think Kevin Feige is a great creator or whatever. Like he's not a bad guy. Don't attack him or anything.
Don't attack him.
I love how you're saying that while you're folding clothes.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
It's just like, don't attack him.
I'm gonna put this over here.
Okay, Mom.
It's more of
Okay,
I just wish Kevin Feige will just admit when he just screwed up when it comes to Phase 4. Like he just straight up denies it. Like he said there was no mistakes at all. Like I'm like, come on, dog. Come on, bro. Like come on, man. Like you're telling me that your face
what he said. Like
it's in the Spotify interview. Like you can find gotta pull it up or whatever. Or you find it on the direct.
Just source it.
I will source it. I will source it later.
While you're folding clothes.
But basically
nonchalant as well. Just
basically, he was saying there's no such thing as superhero fatigue and stuff like that. Like nobody. Just I'm like, oh, come on, man. Just say that your face didn't do so hot. That's it. Like you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie to me. Like I'm okay if you just tell me that it sucks. Like you feel me?
Well, I think that he was talking. I don't think he was talking about when they asked him about superhero fatigue. I don't think he was talking about Phase 4 and stuff because he probably was asked do you believe in superhero fatigue? I think he was just saying, in his opinion, no, there isn't superhero fatigue because, he probably was answering the question if the movies are still making money and there's a fan base and fans keep watching.
But is it good content? That's what the other question was.
Yeah.
That's where it came down to. That's what I'm trying. That's really what I'm trying to get at. That's all I'm asking.
Did they ask him about Phase 4 specifically though? Because if they're asking about superhero movies in general, they're asking him not just Marvel. It's DC at that point. It's the boys, the Invincible.
The way they asked, the way I took it is they asked him, generally speaking, broadly across the board.
Yeah.
Is there superhero fatigue?
Because the thing was he was because he also said after they finish with their next movies or whatever, they sit down and they discuss on what the mistakes that they have made or whatever. And I'm like, and you think that everything is going all right. That's really what I'm trying to get at.
This is one of those times where it's not going to be
say. He's not gonna say, "Yeah, we fucked up." Like he's not gonna say that. He
I
can't.
didn't realize he came back, Tyrus. Shit.
All right. Because
I just don't understand what people expected him.
I'm still kind of confused on like.
I'll send it to you later.
What did they expect him to say? Like, yeah, there's superhero fatigue. Like he's part of a company that makes superhero movies. Why would he say, yeah, there's superhero fatigue? We know there is. Like, why would he say that? Like, what'd be the point of
And then also like that question, it sounds like it wasn't just directed at Marvel, like because I don't think anybody has asked him about Phase 4 specifically. Like
they can't.
Yeah,
they don't allow that question.
They're not gonna allow that question.
That's on the list of do not ask question.
They're like, too scared to ask that question.
Next question.
This specific like segment of the interview sounds like they're just talking about superhero movies across the board, not just Marvel, like DC,
just in general.
Because like they were saying like because like the thing was Kevin Feige was saying like he felt like he wasn't the only one that was struggling when it came to making content because he was saying Pixar was making struggling. Who else? Star Wars, of course. I mean,
that's been going on for years, though.
Yeah, I need to hear this interview.
Yeah,
I know. I read what he was talking about. He basically just answered a bunch of questions. He was just basically like, they asked him like, so what do you guys do? He's like, so they asked him like, what do you guys do when you have something that doesn't go well? He's like, well, after the movie comes out, we sit down and we talk about what we did well, what we didn't do well. He said we do that with any project, not just the ones that people don't like. And then he was basically somebody asked him about superhero fatigue. He's basically like, he gave his answer, and like I just don't know what people expected him to say. Like, what did you think he was going to say here?
Okay, like, if we're really gonna have this segment, okay, filmmaking is subjective. All right, I think that BVS is fucking ass.
Well, it's
subjective. I agree.
It's subjective to a point.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. There's also a majority that like it. There's a majority that don't like it. But Zack Snyder, in his mind, feels like that it's a good. That he genuinely feels like what his vision is good, and that's fine. That's his vision. That's his movie.
I'm looking at Darius right now, like
I'm not taking that away.
He's right.
I'm not taking that away from him.
In film school, there are movies. We've talked about this. There are movies that I think are dog shit. That the rest of
it was the same thing. It was the same thing in my film school. Like there was plenty of movies where I just said like, "Yo, this thing is."
And there's movies that I like. There's movies that I like that people are like, "You like that? Like really? Like really?"
So like, let's say that Kevin Feige won't. If someone were to genuinely ask him about Phase 4, and he genuinely is like, "Yeah, I felt like the projects were fine." That's fine that he says that.
Yeah.
Yes, the majority may feel like it wasn't good, but in his mind, he actually thinks that it's good. Because some people, what I want people to understand is that when a director has so much passion through a movie, and in their mind, it's good, but let's say the majority of fans don't like the movie. Like the majority of people are like, oh, this movie's terrible. The director doesn't owe us anything to say.
He doesn't owe you an explanation.
A director or producer doesn't owe us anything to say, hey,
yeah, that was bad. My bad.
Yeah, like, he doesn't need it. Nobody needs to say that. Now,
like, the only director I've ever seen to say that is movies that like are really bad, like movies that are like,
Dark Phoenix.
Oh God,
Fan 4 Stick 2. He was like, my bad, bro. I ain't mean to do that, bro. My bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
That was a disaster waiting to happen because the director,
he showed up to set drunk and high.
But like, just saying, like, that's filmmaking. It's subjective. It's both subjective and objective in some ways, but
Yeah.
Well, it's subjective how you perceive it or your opinion on it, but
yeah,
there is
the objective. There's the craft part of it, like there
is objective quantification for things, you know.
Well, I'm really talking about just like how we view movie. That's what I mean. Like,
yeah.
Whenever someone says the words objectively correct, they're full of shit. By the way, they're full of shit. I'm sorry if you use that phrase, you're full of shit.
Like,
it's just
unless you're James Gunn and you need to clarify a whole bunch of shit in DC, like, or just because you're just arguing with fans and you're just saying
my thing is this. Like, I always tell people, like, I don't really have a beef with Kevin Feige like that. It's just small things that he does and everything. It just kind of annoys the hell out of me. I'm just like, bruh, this movie.
I hear you on that. You know,
it's like
little things that he ends up doing.
Nobody's perfect. Everyone fucks up from time to time.
No one's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, and I said this on stream plenty of times. Marvel is entitled to one bad season. You're not gonna have a perfect season every single year. Like Phase 4 was just their bad season and everything. Let's just see what happens in Phase 5.
It was a bad season. It was a bad season that still had stuff I liked in it. It's not like it was all trash.
I only liked the Spider-Man No Way Home. Like, that was about it, and I ain't even theirs. But that's a whole nother thing. Like,
bye, bitches.
It's like, but other than that, I mean, because if I look at Phase 4 again, and this is not to knock Kevin Feige, because Kevin Feige gave us amazing Phase 1, 2, and 3. Like, we gotta give man credit, right? We ain't gonna just like we got, when it comes to the good, we gotta give people credit for the good. And we also gotta give people credit for the bad.
People they credit.
Yeah. So you gotta I'll give you props if James Gunn I'm just saying, if James Gunn does good for the chapter 1, we're gonna give him props, right? I'm assuming we're pretty fair around here. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. We'll give him his props.
We want like this is what
we want to give him this props. We want this shit to be good.
I want Marvel.
I want to. How many times have I said it? I want to be wrong. I know some people on this platform. Yeah, you know who you are. I know some people on this platform like to go and spout all that BS about, oh, you know, I need to be right. I want to be wrong.
I need to be right.
I gotta be right.
You know, then I know. Then I know. I'm like, okay, this is good. I'm pleasantly surprised. Like, I really hope that I'm wrong with this, and I hope that it's just a bad season, and we're gonna truck on, and we're gonna get back to not the glory, because I do want people to also understand this. The Infinity Saga was an anomaly. That is not going to be repeated. Like anything else that happens now is a copy or an imitation of that. I hope
it can't happen again, because once you do it once, you can't do it again.
No, so it's literally just a copy and paste in a sense of we're basically trying to recapture that, which is why they're going to do Infinity War and Endgame again, but with Kang instead of
the only thing that Marvel will be better at is just having the A-list characters now.
Yeah, that's it.
Just characters.
They got Fantastic Four and X-Men back. That's the future.
That'll be the prime of the MCU.
And think about it this way: if they had Fantastic Four and X-Men from the beginning, we'd have had a completely different MCU.
Yeah, we'll be getting to Iron Man and Cap now.
Yeah, they would have focused on those guys first instead of doing what they did. The MCU's in reverse order.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Because Spider-Man, the X-Men, and Fantastic Four started Marvel Comics, really.
Yeah.
And instead, we got it backwards. Now the Avengers are here first, and now we're getting like Spider-Man, and then now we're getting Fantastic Four. Like it's in reverse order.
It's in reverse.
It's kind of weird. To think about it, but going back to I just don't understand what people wanted Feige to say. Like, if he says, yeah, that they're superhero fatigue. Or every news outlet in the world is running with that.
Or the way he could have worded it is I heard what the fans were talking about, and hey, we're gonna like this next phase right here. Just bring back the enthusiasm. Like, he's not gonna actually. I'm not even asking him to actually admit it, but you could just tell me hey, that last phase that we did, you know what? That was the all right. We, there was some stuff. But guess what? This new phase coming up, y'all guys, if you're a Marvel fan, you need to get excited. Bring back the enthusiasm. Because
we know
right now,
behind the scene, they know that it wasn't as well received, because we know that
they keep up what people say online, more than ever.
Because they said that they're doing the quality over quantity thing. Like that's
Yeah.
they're doing it. If you didn't
So
notice,
but that's the stuff that I want to hear. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't been hearing that in everything. Like
Marvel, you know what? Marvel and DC need to learn from each other. Marvel does stuff in the shadows without saying it, but DC tells you everything they're gonna do before they do it. They need to.
Yeah, they need to. It's just like I feel like we're all like Robbie in the car talking to Johnny. We're like, I know you don't want to hear it, but you guys could learn a thing or two from each other.
Because James Gunn's problem is he talks too much.
Shut up.
But that's why I said. That's why I kept on saying. It's like James Gunn talks too much. Kevin Feige talks too little.
Go into that room and tell James.
Shut up! I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Shut your mouth.
Send Triple H in there.
I actually watched that last night, Royal Rumble. That was interesting.
Really, you did?
I might watch it just for the fun of it.
Yeah, man. But
I didn't pay for it though. That's what you mean.
Oh, it was like Studio Union type thing.
You mean allegedly?
Allegedly speaking. Yeah, it was in the Studio Union. Yeah.
It's just good business.
It was good business till they let go all the GOAT wrestlers. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just here for Roman Reigns now.
Oh, on a side note, they've done really well with him lately.
Yeah, they have.
Call me when they bring back CM Punk. Probably not gonna happen. So I'm not gonna.
He's all they got left.
It's not gonna happen. Can we get Roman Reigns versus The Rock, please? But also, you know,
that's what I thought was gonna happen.
They keep fucking teasing it. The only way I'll watch it again. But you know, it's just I think we're at a space where Marvel and DC can both learn a thing or two from each other. And I think in this moment right now, obviously Marvel less so because they got their shit together.
Yeah.
But in this context, like Kevin, just we're watching you. We're watching you. And also it's important to remember that they had one bad season. They'll probably be fine going into phase 5. It will get better. Put it this way. Phase 4 is a good phase of this works, this doesn't. We can do that. We can't do this. Okay.
That's the silver lining here. Now they know.
Yeah. Now they know what to do and what not to do. You know?
It's like the honestly, it's just like I said, there's plenty of times. Marvel stuff is like really, really small. Where they messed up is when they brought the real world into their universe. That's what I mean. If you read between the lines, you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm not going down that thing. Like if they keep away from that, you can get the main fan base back because a lot of people left because of that and everything. So once if you go back to the strictly storytelling, you get everybody back. You could probably even get me back and everything. But it's just gonna take some time or whatever.
I gotta say, bro, Kang looks fine.
Kang does look good. You know what I'm saying? Kang
is out. Kang told this man Ant-Man, you don't want Cassie to watch this. I was yo.
You know what, right? They've made Kang an absolute G because I've got to be honest. Yeah. In terms of the Marvel villains, it's always like Thanos, Doctor Doom, Magneto.
Kang is kind of. I'm gonna be honest. Kang is kind of a jobber in the comics. He's just there to lose.
He's just there. Yeah. So they're really building him up well, and they've done better with him in literally the few appearances he's had, more so than most comic lines.
Jonathan Majors, dude. Oh
yeah, Jonathan Majors is a good dude.
Do you know what? He reminds me so much of Idris Elba, where this dude's been putting in work behind the scenes for years, and literally everyone's like, "Oh, he's come out of nowhere." No, I guarantee you, Jonathan Majors. He's been around for years. It's just he's blown up now. Now he's everywhere. You've got Creed around the corner.
Creed 3. He's about to have.
I already told you, dude. Like honestly, Jonathan Majors could play any black superhero, bro. Like
he can play. I'm telling you, when he's done as Kang. When he's done as Kang, you get him in DC if they get their shit together and you have him as Jon Stewart.
Either Jon Stewart, like he could play Jon Stewart.
Before he was cast as Kang,
or Black Lightning. Or Black Lightning.
Yes.
He could be Black Lightning.
Icon.
He could even be Cyborg, to be fair.
He could be Cyborg, bruh. But honestly, if he really wants to just go third party, he could play Spawn, bro. Like.
Oh, that'd be fire. Oh,
you know what? As Spawn, I think Jonathan Majors would freaking nail it.
That'd be cold. That'd be cold, dude. Oh,
I already told everybody, listen, he can play Spawn. Like, as much as Jamie Foxx is cool, like
I love Jamie Foxx, but Jonathan Majors Spawn, I need that.
Like,
that is
fire. Tom McFarlane, I just gave you an idea to do another like live action Spawn movie. Like, you know who to get. Like, you know what I'm saying? like, hey, Michael J. White did great as Spawn. We'll always remember. Humble.
It's like it's one of those things where it's like you get a good success. You get a good successor. It's like it's the next best thing. Like Michael J. White.
You couldn't ask for a better,
Jonathan Majors as Spawn.
But to pass the torch to, like, you couldn't ask for a better. But Jonathan Majors is on the come up right now. His stock is high.
This year, after this year, he's gonna blow up. I like people that don't know.
Oh, dude, like, that's why I brought up Idris Elba. The minute Idris Elba came onto the big leagues, everywhere for 10 years straight, and he still is. But like you remember, like that 10 years, he was in every movie.
Same with Michael B. Jordan. Like he was nobody. He was like everyone knew who he was, and then Creed, and then Black Panther, and now he's big star. Like,
so on a quick side note, it just came across my head that in Scream 6, I reckon General Ortega's character, they're gonna kill her because of Wednesday. Because no one will expect it and see it coming.
She came out of nowhere too. She blew up.
Yeah. I don't. People are like, oh, you can't kill General Ortega. Like, no, you can.
Yes, they can.
Yes, you can.
Bro, Scream killed Drew Barrymore at the height of her popularity. In the
90s. I think they're gonna do exactly that. Because it's like you're not losing the character that Jenna's playing; you're losing General Ortega.
They killed Jada Pinkett and Omar Epps, bro. Scream doesn't care.
Yeah, no one is safe.
Oh, but I love Jenna. No, that's what will make it shocking.
Actually, in Scream is reversed. In Scream, the more clout you have, the more likely you are.
The more likely you are to die. Like
first as well.
I don't know. It was just like a little thing that just came across my head. I was thinking about this the other day, like because we're talking like star power and stuff. And I saw these Scream fans getting their knickers in a twist about the potential of Jenna's character dying. I said, I wouldn't put it off the table with the star power of Wednesday is irrelevant in the sense of Scream is Scream. But if you kill off Jenna Ortega, the amount of traction that you gain to your movie.
Listen, say what you want to say, but I don't see what's the I think she's an okay actress or whatever. Like she's good, but I'm like, I don't see the hype. I don't see why.
I mean, Jenna Ortega's all right, but
it's just like there's always an actress that always gets like it's like a Jennifer Lawrence was around Hunger Games time.
Yeah, everywhere.
I'm not saying she's not because Jennifer Ortega is talented,
but remember, Jennifer Lawrence is like the first female action star to do whatever she's. I had to do it. I had to do it.
Yeah. Let's just hope she doesn't turn into another one of those, shall we?
So Ripley from Alien doesn't exist, huh?
Sarah Connor doesn't exist.
Sarah Connor doesn't exist.
Seriously.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry I had to go there. It was just set up right there.
Danny.
Danny, you know what you did, and you do it every time.
Yes, I know.
You know what? You know what you did, and now you're gonna pay for it. I'm coming for you, King.
You know, I had to do it, man. The troll was just right there.
Yeah, just like, you know what? Hey, get this. Hey, Darius, you'll find this so funny. And you will, Adam. This guy was watching Pirates of the Caribbean the other day and sent me pictures of James Norrington's death.
Wow.
Dick. Like,
wow. That is next level trolling.
Horrible.
Daddy's on his crease arc right now. What is going on?
Hey,
I might just die in the last season. I don't know when I'm gonna die.
How about them Saints? How about them Saints, bro? Minneapolis.
You know what, Darius? You know what?
Minneapolis Miracle, baby. Let's go Vikings.
Listen,
you know what? The scene I can compare that to is when Kreese and Johnny are sat in the
tell
bar.
Tell me when the Carolina Panthers are gonna get a good coach.
How about them Rams though? That offensive pass.
Oh God, don't bring them up. Evan will appear randomly.
Evan will wake up just to come in and talk about the Rams.
Go Rams.
The Rams.
Go Rams. They suck this year, by the way. So.
Anyway, I mean, back onto pop culture stuff. Sorry, I mean, like the setup was there. I was watching Pirates of the Caribbean 3.
Is it Cobra Kai time?
Yeah, it's Cobra Kai time, man. Let's get into it. Yeah. This is why we're really here, okay?
All right, Danny, have the floor. This is gone.
Okay, guys. So this season 6 predictions out here. It's free for all. Plug in when you want to plug in. But I have one thing. To, I need to address all you fans out here that don't know anything about this show. And shout out to my brother Strike. I was in your comment section. Go check out Strike Media and leave him a like. I love you, brother. But I was in my boy DMs today, and I left a little YouTube comment saying like, "Hey, I want Robbie and Sam to win the Saikai Taikai or whatever. No big deal." Oh boy,
Robbie
man,
needs
y'all,
Yep.
these fans out here said that this one dude said like, "Oh, nah, Miguel and Tori need to win because they're a embodiment of hard work." I'm like, okay, no, that's not even the worst. I'm not even done. I'm not even done yet. So I'll go back to saying like, well, they'll be honoring their fathers if Sam and Robbie wins or whatever. And this is what this fool said. Check this. He said that, let's be honest, bro. Like, you don't know the show. Guess what? Johnny wouldn't even care if Robbie won the championship or whatever.
Excuse me, what?
Are you stupid?
This is where we at.
My guy.
I'm saying, Branch, you know what? Thank God this show's ending, because you fans, you do not deserve this show.
Bro,
Yeah.
I swear to God, the takes. How is it? The takes get worse the longer the show goes on. How is that even possible?
How is this thing? We're 6 seasons. We're 6 seasons in, man. How are these takes still appear? Oh, for God.
They're getting worse. You said Johnny wouldn't care.
Who's influencing this?
Who in the right mind? Who in the right mind looks at Johnny and goes, yeah, you know what? You see his son that has had nothing this whole time, has got his ass kicked on multiple occasions, has done everything to be the embodiment of what this guy's saying, of actual hard work.
There's a little thing called cinematic language, okay? In the first All Valley, right, Robbie loses, he's not with his dad. In the second All Valley, Robbie wins by default of Cobra Kai winning, but he hasn't won, and he's not with his dad. This time he actually wins and he's with his dad. That's cinematic language.
Yes. Also,
there's a reason it will have emotional payoff. You dumb.
Also, think about it this way, right? In the last All Valley, they had an alternative ending where Robbie won it. So he was clearly meant to win one. So if they've changed it now, what do you think they're trying to set up later on? They're not just going to be sat there going, you
just have to show it to the world. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. You need to prove to your dad and Daniel that you don't need them anymore.
I get it. You don't like Robbie and you don't like Sam because they are the epitome of perfection. I don't see how it is. Like
this goes way back to the time I started doing another Robbie video. People just hate on Robbie because Tanner's a good-looking dude.
Yep,
just straight up, like he's a good-looking dude.
Good-looking
dude. He's had 2 good-looking girlfriends. They don't like that.
And also, he's a talented actor, and he does his own stunts. How many actors can say they do their own stunts?
It's like, he's in
the running for Robin, probably. Like, they don't like that.
Yep. Dick Grayson or whoever, get him as Robin.
It's like my boy Jacob said, like Johnny started Cobra Kai, Robbie ends Cobra Kai, Sam wins the world title.
Darth Vader brings the Sith out, and Luke Skywalker gets rid of them.
And, dude, Sam's arc has been leading up to this. Let me tell you, Sam's arc is that she's in Daniel's shadow, but being a world champion is the one thing that Daniel has never done. So she will no longer be.
They set her up for that since the beginning of the show. The beginning of the damn show.
It's the same with Robbie, because if people remember when Tori and Robbie are dancing together, she goes, I just want to be the best at something. And he says, I know how you feel. I get that.
He wants
to be the best. So it would make more
maybe
sense.
Not being like he's gonna, like, it's like Jacob said, like, you don't need a trophy to define yourself, but sooner or later, you're gonna want to win, dog.
2-0. 2-0.
0-2.
Yeah.
0-2, bro.
0-2. Fuck's sake. Either way.
That's what I'm saying. At this point, they need to let him win it. It doesn't matter. And these people are coming up with these takes like, oh yeah, Johnny's not going to care. Of course he's going to care, because if you remember in the All Valley, even when he was in Cobra Kai, he was cheering for his son, but made it look like it was for Bert.
I keep repeating this. They literally said it in season 5. Your father was fighting for, I was fighting against. What's Robbie been doing all this time? Fighting against.
Because like even it's like Adam was saying, like when they were in the All Valley, when Robbie was winning, you saw Johnny say like, yes. Robbie, like,
he was caring when his son was a bad kid.
This man fought with one hand.
Yep. And done the 2-legged kick that only Mr. Miyagi could do.
Took down an entire dojo by himself. And I know Tori got the dub, but let's be honest. Would Cobra Kai be as threatening in season 4 without Robbie like leading the charge?
Oh,
Exactly. Robbie was the leader of all of it. He done everything. He done the plays. He was the one that was getting all the payback.
And this mofo pulled up to the dojo, stood in
I was just
front
about to say that.
Terry Silver and said, "Fuck you."
And was like, "Bring it, bitch."
Did
That
Miguel
is
do
what
that?
you want.
Did Hawk do
He
that?
says
No,
like, I
Robbie
told
did
all
that.
of you. I should have took all you guys with me. I was like, yo, like,
And they're
sorry, he
sizing
made it a
up
personal
Kreese.
mistake.
They
And think
also
of
set that up.
And bro, think of the emotional value in Robbie going against Kreese. Of like, you know, Kreese taught him all these lessons and shit. And it's like, inevitably, again, cinematic language. Kreese has inevitably caused Cobra Kai's downfall by taking Robbie in.
Mm-hmm.
So the same way, right, that Cobra Kai used Miyagi-Do's moves against them, Robbie will say, hey, here's Cobra Kai's moves to beat them.
Yep.
yeah.
Also, on
It's
top of
like-
that, people also forget that Silver said it himself.
Come on.
Sooner or later, you're going to have enough moves to kick
Go-
all of
go
our
our
asses.
asses. Come
And
on.
he's going to fucking do it. I don't care what anyone else says. He deserves the win. It doesn't matter about the semantics of who you think's the next Karate Kid is or who you think is the best
That's
character
irrelevant,
in the
yeah.
show. It's what
How
is
many
being...
times do I have
people
to?
get- people
How many
get so
times do
caught
I
up
have
in
to
that.
pull out this DVD? Listen,
Yes.
this is Robbie's arc right here. It's freaking,
Oh,
it's freaking Dragon Ball, man.
Yep.
It is Dragon Ball to the max. Listen, the first world tournament,
Goku took 2 L's,
yeah,
and then he took the
Goku
biggest
lost
W.
to Master Roshi the first world tournament. He came back stronger the second tournament. Guess what? The Eli versus Robbie fight is just like Tien versus
Yeah,
Goku
because
fight.
Goku lost on technicality.
Yep.
He
Yes.
stepped out.
full
It
of-
was a
Listen.
technicality.
Like if they give Robbie, I'm just saying they got some inspiration from here. Like the world champion. Like I'm just saying, like this right here, it's freaking man. Listen, like
They've already made comparisons to Vegeta as well and shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
it's like it's Goku's arc technically. It's like Vegeta doing Goku's arc. Like literally, like Goku becomes number one against the toughest dude that's trying to take out his family, and I'm guarantee you,
Like, as I've said before, in season 1 and 2, he was on his anti-hero arc. Season 3 and 4, his villain arc. Now it's time for his hero arc.
yes,
Because let's be honest, right? As much as all the other fighters have a stake in it, the reason Cobra Kai is where it is because Robbie was an absolute key component of this.
Yep.
yeah.
Robbie's redemption is undoing his mistake and undoing his father's mistake.
Dude, you take out
I like
take out Robbie and Tori and Hawk and Miguel, Cobra Kai dies, bro. It literally
Exactly.
dies. You're gonna have Kyler as your strongest person. Good luck with that. Like,
I'm sorry, I know like they had moments in season 5 where it felt like Robbie was underpowered here and there, but let's just put things in perspective. A focused Robbie.
it's a dangerous Robbie.
Yep.
I mean, come on. And also, it brings it right back to the first Karate Kid, where Daniel wins with Miyagi. It's literally the lineage. It's like Daniel wins with his student. All right,
Yep.
I know Eli won a trophy and whatever, but Robbie is his student. Like Robbie's his
Dude,
boy.
like even when
Robbie is
I mean
Daniel's
Amanda even said in season 3, why are you so mad? Oh, it's because Robbie's not here.
Robbie,
Like,
come on, that's
Shit,
his boy.
That was one of the best lines of dialogue. This is about Robbie, right? And he goes, she's like, you have to let him go. And he's like, I can't let him go. He has no one. No one realizes this whole entire time, Robbie had no one. Now he has something to fight for. It makes sense.
Now
Jacob,
Robbie has everyone.
how many times have we have to go through this? Like to drill it into these people.
Robbie has John now. Robbie has Miguel
everything
now.
to
Robbie
fight
has
for.
Carmen. Robbie has Shannon's clean now. Robbie has LaRusso's again. Like he has everyone now. He has Kenny.
Robbie
He
has everything he's
Rory.
always wanted, and that is a family. He's got it now.
It's not, we're not being fanboys, man. It's like I'm tired of using.
I'm tired of
as
that
far as to say
shit.
this.
Get that shit out of here.
I don't know what's going to happen in season 6, but if Robbie does not win, is narratively unsatisfying. That's a bad story. I'm sorry, it is. I'm going to say it. That's a bad story.
Yeah, do you know that's a fucking bar narrative.
And also, can we please stop this whole Robbie versus Hawk and like Robbie versus Miguel in it again? It's done now. It's left. Leave it at that.
Tired. Oh, dude, the amount of theories I've seen of like, oh, Miguel and Robbie are gonna fight again in the why?
Why would that happen?
It makes no sense.
That's anticlimactic.
And
Why
here's
would
the thing: people
Avengers
say
fighting an Endgame.
So the guy said that The guy said that Robbie and Sam are not hard work. That Miguel and listen. So Robbie and Sam didn't work hard. Now is that what we're saying? We're really saying they didn't work hard.
They're the embodiment of hard work.
You guys know I'm no huge fan of Sam's, right? You guys know that. But just give the girl her trophy.
Yep. If you don't fucking do that shit,
so let me tell you,
RJ will be coming.
No, dude.
Let's simp. Lawrence and LaRusso winning on the grandest stage of them all brings it full circle to the first movie, and it closes the Lawrence and LaRusso chapter forever.
Yep.
It brings it full circle. Yeah, their
if
parents
Sam wins, RJ is definitely going to drop his season 5 review for sure.
There'll be a season. Oh god, there'll be a reaction.
Season 6.
You know what?
He would do season 6 before 5.
Let's just say the reaction would go somewhat like, "Yo," but
that's somebody else. That's not me.
Fake. But let's just say it will go somewhat like that, and it's just time to give Sam her due. Okay. Yes, she won the little Sekai Taikai qualifier.
It didn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
That's just a booster to new heights. Like that trophy has Sam and Robbie written all over it. It's time. Give it to the legacy kids. They've saved it for now for this reason. Give it to Sam to fulfill that arc.
You know what? I have an idea because there is a good point raised. Tori does need a win. Here's what you do.
She does. She does need a win.
Tori going to become a professional fighter. And she takes care of her family that way.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
Exactly. There's going to be an epilogue, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a Harry Potter 10 years later.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tori goes to the military, to be honest with you, so she could get that free college.
Dude, literally, I would not be surprised if there's a 10 years later Harry Potter type end credit of showing where the characters end up.
Yeah.
And don't be surprised if one shot is like Miguel and Robbie leading a dojo or something. I really wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Hey RJ, you heard what I said earlier, like with the guys that said that if Robbie wins the trophy, Johnny wouldn't care.
Oh, okay. Let me say this, okay, because I agree with Darius. If Robbie, first off, let me get. We'll get to the stupid in a minute, okay? If Robbie doesn't
to the end game.
I'm sorry, but if Robbie doesn't win, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that ending. I feel like we'll be talking about how, how when people say like when it comes to you don't get what you want, that's why with this. I feel like you can say like, okay, you should have had Robbie win because. I love Miguel.
Two Miyagi-Do's, for fuck's sake.
I love Miguel.
We all love Miguel.
We all love Miguel.
Yeah, we all do. But he doesn't need to win. Okay, like he has reasons to win.
Oh yeah, for sure. But in terms of
everyone does. Even Dimitri has reasons to win. Like everyone has.
Everyone does.
Even Kenny will have reasons to win by the time the tournament rolls around.
Yeah.
Like, but Robbie has been a fighter. Not saying Miguel hasn't, but Robbie has been a fighter.
Yes, the worst life out of everybody. If you're going to be 100,
completely 100 here. A lot of this is Robbie's fault. Like,
yes.
So it makes sense that he's the one to undo it all.
If he wins, it brings his arc full. My favorite thing to say.
Because think about it this way: whose fault is all of this? Broadly speaking, it's Silver and Kreese, but mostly it's Johnny and Daniel's fault. Let's be honest, it is. Like this whole thing is Johnny because they couldn't let that shit go. So you had their kids fix their parents' mistakes. You know, the whole point of life is so the next generation makes up
cinematic language.
Mistakes of the
previous
generation.
Always think of like the school fight when Robbie kicks Miguel. That is basically if Johnny never stopped beating up on Daniel. That's basically what it is.
What if Miyagi never stepped in?
What if Miyagi never stepped in?
Yeah, or even like something like what if Miyagi gave him to, his dark
side? Johnny was finna kill Daniel if Bobby didn't say anything.
Because the reason why season 2's ending is so dark, it's not just because of what happened with the characters and with Miguel, but it's also of what stuff like this could lead to. It's so many what ifs. You think back to like Johnny and Daniel in the Karate Kid. What if Miyagi didn't step in? What if this and that? Like, it's so much stuff that you think
What
about.
if Miyagi gave into his little dark side moment there?
Yeah, like it's so much.
What if Daniel didn't spare Chosen in Karate Kid 2? What if he just straight up
Yep.
that?
Like Daniel and Johnny had to that elevator scene. Like they just really woke up. But this thing about Robbie is that Robbie has been his character is so cinematic. And what I mean by that is his he kind of represents all of us. I'm not saying that others don't, but what I'm saying is
if we're speaking in broad strokes.
Yes, like when you get knocked down, you just keep fighting. You find a way to keep fighting. And if he were to win,
they've given it so much setup as well, man.
Like imagine Robbie crying after him winning. Like it's just
dude, that could be a level of. Do you know what? I'm gonna go there. That could be a level of maybe not on the same level, but I'm getting Southpaw vibes.
Yeah. Or
Rocky. Think about this for a second, right? I don't give a fuck about this Team Miguel, Team Robbie fucking shit. Get that out of here. He's winning with his new stepbrother. He's winning with his dad. He's winning with his sensei, his friend,
his other sibling.
That is emotionally satisfying. That is how you do a story arc.
And also,
if you pass it up, you better have a good reason for doing so.
Also, here's the thing: the creators love to mix in Rocky and mix in other films and stuff. Here's your Top Gun Maverick moment here. Imagine when he wins, he has a moment with Miguel. Yes, he hugs Johnny, he hugs Carmen, hugs everybody else.
Hangman moment.
But he and he hugs.
Or take it back to the original, Iceman and Maverick.
Iceman and Maverick.
Jacob, you probably remember this, the Forever Red episode with Jason and Tommy see each other for the first time again. Like they be
there's so many examples. Leo and Raph, Ninja Turtles, Leo and Raph.
Literally, it's Goku and Vegeta. It's every single duo you can think.
I was saying this to Jacob, I think having a moment of Miguel and Robbie holding the trophy together, that would solidify them as brothers.
And then guess what?
The close to all of the rubbish
Miguel can say you did it. Miguel can say you did it. Robbie's like, nah, we did it. Robbie's
gonna say both of them winning. So you have both of them.
I think Robbie's gonna be sort of thank Miguel, but Miguel's gonna be no,
make no
you
mistake,
did it, but we did it together.
But also on this, make no mistake, as much as Robbie should get the dub, there's going to be people in that dojo you need Miguel for. Let's keep it 100 here. Miguel's a fucking badass.
This job is going to be too big for any one person.
Exactly.
It's not about Miguel or Robbie. It's about the collective thing. That's why it's powerful.
The theme of this season is Miyagi-Do. It is Miyagi-Do as a whole.
Season 5 literally set that up. It's back to that.
Also, Chosen's lesson in season 5.
It would be
as much as I love Eagle Fang, I want to see Miguel in a Miyagi-Do gi.
Yeah,
I want to see
Johnny one too.
I want to see Johnny
make new gis. Just make new gis that combine.
I want to see Johnny.
Again, symbolic language. It's like the color of angels.
I want to see Johnny give his black headband to Robbie in the Sakai Takai, and I want to see Miguel get a Miyagi-Do headband, because that way it's sort of a way of Johnny accepting Miyagi-Do fully and with Miguel, and Daniel sees Johnny fully embracing his son, and he's giving him a part of his legacy to help him fight, because he gave that headband to Miguel, but it's more important he gives it to his son. And I think that.
Did I tell you that this one guy said that Johnny would not care if Robbie wins the championship?
I read that earlier, Ron.
That is the dumbest thing that I've ever heard.
All I'm gonna say is this, okay? I think that dude must have been smoking some meth, because that is stupid. I mean,
what do you mean he wouldn't care?
To say Johnny doesn't care completely neglects what we've just seen in 5 freaking seasons. It takes away the moment in season 4 when Robbie goes, "I'm sick of blaming you, Dad." Johnny wanting to make amends.
I think Johnny would cry if he saw Robbie win. He probably
Dude,
You know
cried.
what? I think Daniel and Johnny are gonna cry.
Everyone would cry.
I
I
think
gave
Daniel and
this
Johnny are
dude a
gonna cry and
reply
hug
back.
each other
He
as
said,
well.
like, bro, Johnny went from being a bum dad to an actual father within 5 seasons, man. You're telling me that he's not gonna cry or
like really like dude.
He would have cared in season 1. Even so, he would have cared.
Here's the thing as well.
He's always cared. That's not the problem. The problem is not that Johnny doesn't care. Is that he doesn't know how to be there.
I think Johnny and Robbie need a moment when that victory happens where he goes, "I'm so proud of you, son. Like you've just a really proud moment." And not just with Miguel, but before him and Miguel.
Just imagine that final shot of
Johnny
Miguel
and
Robbie
Robbie
holding
need
the
that
trophy.
father-son moment. But I want to see Miguel, Johnny, Robbie, and
Just
Daniel.
a shot
all
of the 3 of them holding the
together.
trophy together. Like, oh.
I want to see that proud moment where like Robbie and Miguel bring the trophy to Daniel and Johnny, and they're just both so proud. Like, you guys really have made us so proud, and they're just like they're just tearing up and everything.
Can you imagine Robbie just said, like, Mr. LaRusso, you know what? Forget about it. Like,
Dude,
that would be
I would love that. I would actually love that.
I would cry, dude.
Forget about everything that's happened, and they just run to
And then you got Sam and Robbie. They both have their trophies. They bow to each other, and then Johnny and Daniel looking on like, yeah, we did.
That's our kids.
And Sam and Tori as well, like coming into like be like they share.
We still need you're all right, LaRusso. We still need that.
I mean, this is the thing. This season is long.
If Tori says that,
every character. You can give every character some shine. You can give them wins in other ways. Like, there's so many ways you can do it for the final season that don't necessarily revolve around the damn.
I'm getting goosebumps thinking about the Sekai man.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, they had to make Tori win against Sam some type of way without making it like
like Robbie beating Miguel is more believable than Tori beating Sam. Like that.
The gap.
Nothing to take away from Tori.
I love Tori, but Sam, by and large, 7 out of 10 times whooping that ass. Like, you know.
But my thing is this: Tori can teach Sam. Tori can actually help Sam learn about Cobra Kai moves even more. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they can really help each other going for this tournament.
That's the point of this season, is explore the new dynamics. Sam and Tori help each other out.
Wow.
Miguel and Robbie, we get loads more of them. Obviously, Daniel and Johnny have buried all their shit now, and they can finally, expand on their dynamics.
Like, I don't know how they're going to.
This is all about the dynamics and pairing.
This is why
it's going to be so vital for this episode.
I want to see characters that have. I want to see characters that haven't interact. Like, I want to see
Okay, so
dude, I want to see Kreese and Chosen interact in some way, man.
You guys remember in season 3? Do you remember in season 3 when, like, at the end, like, all the pairings came together? Like, Sam with Miguel, you had Eli with Dimitri.
Yeah.
And then season 5 we got that moment. Season 6 is gonna be like even like Chosen and Daniel, Chosen and Johnny, Kreese and Daniel maybe. I mean, we need to see all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Robbie and Kreese.
I think nothing is
Robbie, Tori, and Kreese need a moment as well.
Like, I think nothing is off the table in this finals, and nothing. Like, obviously, within reason, there's some dumb shit out there, but like, nothing's off the table in the aspect of characters interacting, characters coming back. Sorry, Evan, Dugan, Julie. Nothing is really off the table at the moment because they're gonna want to make this season as pulse part pounding whatever as much as they can. There's so much stuff that they've got to pay off, and I feel like there's so much stuff they can do outside of even the tournament as well to give characters wins. This is why I don't know how they're gonna do it, and I need to really let it marinate in my head.
Miguel and Hector,
like, of how they're gonna go about this. But I want a Miguel and Hector throwdown. I want that so badly. Miguel beating his dad's ass.
Crazy. What if that happens in the last episode?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like after the tournament,
that would be serious. Like the father fight,
like the little Robbie Johnny fight thing they had in season 3 will look pale in comparison to this. This is a throwdown. Like, I want Miguel to whip that ass,
dude.
Like, there's gonna be a huge
his mom while
could you imagine like Hector betting the house all on the other student to win the whole entire tournament, and he loses because of like Robbie winning or whatever?
I mean, I know they've had Robbie and other of the teenagers sort of in bits of scuff with adults, but they've really heavily alluded to Miguel throwing down with adults.
This might be a little far-fetched.
That's a setup.
What if Hector threatens to take Johnny and Carmen's baby? He's like, "You took my son from me.
Oh,
I'm gonna take your kid from you."
Forget that.
I'm putting money on it.
Wait,
what if that's the motivation?
What if Yaya's looking after the baby and Hector knocks at the door?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you might be like, "Yo, Carmen took my son from me."
I just want to say also, there is a gun that was shown for many, like, I mean, also for intimidation, but there is a gun there.
You do not know what gun is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hector shoots Johnny, dude.
No, Danny, we spoke about this.
Yeah,
like
I would not be surprised if Hector shoots Johnny.
If he shoots Johnny, he's got Miguel, Robbie, and Daniel.
Johnny gets shot.
There,
Hector's
that would be the moment that Kreese turns. That would be the moment that Kreese steps in.
Like that's when Kreese is going Super Saiyan, bro. He's like,
"Oh hell no,
shot my son, bro. Like me and you got boxed."
Yo. You know how we've said Hollywood redemption deaths? What if Kreese takes the bullet for Johnny?
Oh no.
That would be
now, because he's a soldier, you could do something really good with that, with the Vietnam thing. Maybe a soldier jumped in front of him to save him, like maybe a bit on the nose, but you could do something like that where it links back to that.
Okay, this is on the nose, but you know how I really think the way they honor Kreese with the death is they need to go back to that scene in season 3, episode 10, where you know how he talks about no mercy and the thing with Captain Turner. I could imagine this scene where like they're on a cliff and there's a situation with Johnny and with Hector and he's threatening with a gun and maybe Johnny does get shot, but he's all right until another one, he dies. Maybe Kreese steps in. What he does is he literally tackles Hector, and maybe before saying that, he literally goes no mercy, and then he kills himself, saving Johnny, but he kills Hector as well.
Yeah,
it might sound a bit on the nose, but I can imagine.
Yeah,
it being
I think it's likely that he's going to get the typical Hollywood.
Honestly,
I do.
I'm just saying, just to throw you on your point too. Like, what if Terry Silver steps in and sees that and gets mad at Hector for killing John too? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think Terry wants Kreese dead. If he did, he would have killed him himself.
Yeah. Oh, that would be interesting. Hector's going to have all the smoke.
If Silver and Kreese, if Kreese dies but Silver survives, they're going to have.
How would he react to that?
Yeah, would Silver give up all the Cobra Kai stuff? Would he still have anger towards Daniel and Johnny and the others, or would he let go of that? Because something tells me he might let
anger
go
against Hector, if anything.
Yeah, I think
Silver.
I feel like Silver would actually help with Hector.
Hector better be careful. He's going to have everyone coming for his
honestly, I don't think Silver hates Kreese. It's just that he had to get rid of Kreese because it just put him in a bad mood.
I agree with Danny.
He was an obstacle
in the way. Yeah,
it wasn't personal. It was personal with Daniel and Chosen. It wasn't.
I will say this as well.
He doesn't want him to die.
Well, to be fair, when you frame your best friend, you kind of make it.
I mean, it's personal, but it's not
personal, but it's not.
Not like a.
He doesn't want to hurt him. He doesn't want to hurt him.
As much as Silver did what he did to Daniel and what Daniel did to him in the finale, I do always think that scene in season 4 needs to be sort of linked back to in season 6 when Silver was actually sorry to Daniel. Where he was genuinely sincere about
but Daniel was on his Jersey energy.
It's one of those things where you can be sorry, but it doesn't mean I have to forgive you. It's
and that's very true for life.
Somebody fucks up bad enough, you don't have to forgive them, bro.
Yeah, you ain't gonna forgive them as much as it may hurt the other party. Move on.
Yeah, Daniel was giving Terry Silver that Jersey energy, bruh, screw you,
get off my property.
I really think that there is we ain't done with Hector yet, and I think that this because this everyone knows this. The focus is the tournament. They're gonna want to do shit. It's what they did with season 5 that no one expects, and I think Hector is the absolute key to that. Now, how they do it, it's very up in the air.
I'm telling you, the setup is there. Carmen,
he
finds out about Miguel.
Because again, if Robbie is to get the dub, right? Let's just say hypothetically he gets the dub, yada yada yada. The show still started with Miguel. You need to bring his arc full circle as well. And where does it link to? His dad. It goes
all the way back.
Do is have Robbie win the tournament, but Miguel gets the final boss. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That. Miguel gets the final boss. Like, a real life fight, a real fight.
Because you could just really have it to where Hector bet a whole bunch of money and he lost all of that, bro.
Oh, I just had this mad idea. Oh my god, wait. So this fight with Miguel. Okay, what if Robbie and Miguel fight Hector? But what if you remember the donkey kick Robbie did?
Yeah.
What if he does that to Hector?
That would be nice.
Like he,
just imagine,
in the middle of the fight, like they're on the floor and he
Man.
does that. Like, that'd be freaking ace.
But Bucky and Cap versus Iron Man, I'm getting those vibes.
Yeah. See, I think that would be a cool idea, having Robbie and Miguel like doing it together, because
especially if Johnny got shot, they're gonna try to kill him.
I remember
I'm gonna kill that boy.
Before season 5 dropped, I remember saying this, right? And it didn't happen. But if Johnny gets hurt, the real bonding moment for Miguel and Robbie is if Johnny gets hurt, they're both pulling up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also it's including their sister as well. Or
do you guys
brother.
remember when? Do you guys remember?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Johnny...
saying. Like Hector might be like, Carmen, you took my son away from me. I'm gonna take your daughter.
Yeah,
or whatever.
they haven't paid that off.
Like, you guys remember when Johnny was like, when he saw Miguel's condition and he said, "What happened?" And
what happened?
I have a feeling Miguel and Robbie would do that, but if anything happens with Sam, because remember, Hector knows what Sam looks like on the phone.
Remember we talked about that. We talked about that. No, because he saw the photo of her. So because remember, I said that. Me and she talked about this.
I'm just gonna say this: Hector's gonna be dead man about Russo, bro.
Miguel's knocks on the door and Sam opens the door.
What if that technique on the scroll that Anthony used is used against Hector?
If Hector
that was a discussion we all had a while ago.
Hector tries anything with Sam, I'm sorry, but you got
put it this way.
RJ's rolling up.
I'm rolling up.
RJ's pulling up.
RJ's like, I'm gonna beat.
It's gonna be one of those things. You go see the van. You go see a van with a sliding door.
I can see Anthony.
I really would be shocked if the way that balance is brought to this entire universe in an ironic way is I think Miguel's father, Hector, is going to be the one that brings everyone onto the same page. I think Hector is going to fuck everyone over.
Because you know what's important here? Apart from the tournament, it's always what happens after the tournament. That's a bigger life picture. And I think that fight is going to be when, like you said, it brings everyone together.
In my opinion, really deserves that trophy because it brings his arc full circle.
And Hector bringing a gun is
I want Miguel to get that for his arc because Miguel's whole arc since the beginning of this show has been about him, his father, his family. It was never about
the final fight. Is once you bring guns into it, it's not even about karate.
Someone's definitely getting shot.
It's what Miyagi said. Remember, this is not a tournament. This is real.
This is for real. And I tell you what, there's so many ways it could play. It could play it like Miguel literally saying to Johnny,
RP to Hector, because if Johnny
Hector's dead. Hector's a dead man by the end of the season.
If Daniel finds out that Hector tried to touch Sam, it's over, dog. Like
guys, I've got an idea. This might sound fucking crazy, but I had this crazy theory. Okay. So you remember in Karate 2 when Chosen was keeping Kumiko captive, right? And then Daniel had to walk on where they were and then not.
What if Miguel has to do the same thing?
What if Miguel has to do that to save Sam from Hector? If Hector tries anything with Sam and Miguel has to fight Hector and he's holding a gun, or he wants Miguel to do something.
Nah, bro, this dude got Sam at gunpoint.
Miguel will kill him.
Miguel would be funny. This would be a bit cheesy.
Miguel will have him beaten, but he won't.
What if Miguel does the technique on him?
It would be funny. It'd be a bit cheesy. But could you imagine if Kreese sees that and he's just like, "Give me 5 seconds," and it's a cutaway to Kreese pulling out his old fucking revolver or something? He's like bang.
Kreese just goes.
It could either be Daniel telling him about. Daniel could be the one that says
that scroll is
going to Miguel. This isn't a tournament. This is real life.
What if he says that?
That echoes what Miyagi said.
And then
told you,
Miguel's like, I know.
Got a bigger fight ahead. It's not a tournament for him.
No, I can see it. I genuinely feel like.
Well, I'm sorry. It's like he's got a real life fight coming. That's
you know what's gonna Miguel is gonna have a chance to kill his father, and he's not gonna do it.
He's not gonna do it.
He's not gonna do it.
And do you know what I can see
Hector's
happening?
Gonna go to prison.
Is a chosen silver thing where Miguel walks away and then Hector does a silver kind of thing, and that's when Johnny or Kreese will step in or something will happen, and that's
somebody takes the bullet for him.
Yep, I can see exactly that. You guys ever see the original Transformers movie, the 1986 one?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you know, like when Megatron's like, "No, Optimus Prime, no," and he's slowly crawling to the blaster without Optimus knowing, and then bang, shoots him one. Like it's a whole.
Got the touch.
I see Hector doing that same kind of BS.
They put
Oh,
I like what
Rally, I
GA
agree.
Yes.
Like the Robbie and Johnny scene, while that's great, it will like this right here. A Jedi's
It will literally be Luke and Vader. Like he won't kill him.
In my opinion, they still got to pay off that Miguel Darkseid arc. Like that
Yeah.
little hint of it, they
Dude, can you just imagine like
it came back a little? It came back a little bit in season 5.
dude, can you just imagine like Robbie wanting to help Miguel and like Miguel saying like, nah, this is
He's like, nah, play. I got this.
This is between me and my father.
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
'cause
I can imagine Robbie sitting here.
He wasn't your daddy.
I mean, even maybe Johnny, maybe Johnny will be fine. Maybe everyone will be fine, and everyone wants to step in. And Miguel's like, no, I got this. Because for me, especially in season 5, him fighting adults a lot, that's a setup.
And dude, like,
And these guys were cholos. These guys
dude,
had,
can you just
Those were like I don't know.
Those were
cartel. That's cartel, bro.
Miguel whooped one of their ass as well.
dude,
Like,
can
for
you
those
just
who aren't
imagine
gonna
like
know, that's cartel.
can you just imagine Kreese saying like, hey
Yeah,
buddy,
I'm
no
Miguel
weapons,
walking
fight
out of
like
there
a
alive
little
is
man
lucky.
and everything, like
Because it wouldn't surprise me if his father has like a background and all that
All
shit.
Game
and I think
Boy.
it's gonna be a
that's
real bloody fight.
Actually, I can imagine Miguel doing the drum technique, but like it gets so bloody.
Yeah, the drum technique needs to come back. That's barely.
Yeah, can you imagine Miguel doing that? But like,
Bang,
he's like,
bang.
I generally think they put that scene where he's talking to Hector.
And this is post-call, but like this is post-call, and Miguel's getting that.
Where he's looking through his phone and he sees a picture of Sam. They put that in there for a reason. Like he's coming back.
They wouldn't leave it open-ended like that. And also, like, you know, I hate to be that guy, but Miguel and Johnny and probably all reunited literally just outside the place Hector was in.
Yeah, they did.
I think Hector's thing will be I think Hector will want Miguel to come with him. So he's like, I'm gonna shoot whoever unless you come with me. Like, you're gonna come with me. You're gonna fight for me.
You're my son.
You're gonna fight for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like
this will be the season that Miguel chooses.
That's a good point. Actually, he did
Hector is probably gonna get like that once he finds out.
That scene kind of stressed me out too, because I thought Hector was gonna come outside.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, when that gun was put on the table, I was like, okay, this is emotional. But you better get the fuck out of there right now.
Acting in that scene, Miguel's face was like, "Oh, fuck that shit." Fuck.
Dude, Miguel's face.
Bro, no, Hector's a scary motherfucker, bro.
Dude, Hector just pulled that strap out. He was like,
I was like,
bro, he gets it. He goes, just casually, just putting a clock on the table, standard day at the
that scene
at a party.
That scene he looks at Miguel, was like, do you work for the feds? I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I wouldn't even be shocked if that. I know it could be a bit much, but Hector's not the type of dude that's going to get his hands dirty himself. He'll pull up with some people.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's also definitely got connections within where they live anyway. Like, he's definitely got connections.
People don't know how cartels work. The cartels are in California. They're in California.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
That's how they run. That's how they get stuff there.
Like, people know everyone.
Hector said, "I'm surprised I didn't know about you in California."
Wait till he's advertised on the tournament.
Yep. Why did he say that? Oh, I'm surprised I didn't know you that you Miguel. Maybe
I can just see Kreese just like telling Hector, "How about you fight him without a gun? Don't be man enough. Take him one-on-one."
That would be sweet.
Kreese would be that type of dude. Say like,
to be fair, it would be a good way to tie back to when Kreese was purposefully getting Miguel's race wrong.
Hector is the key to all this. Hector is the key. Because the thing is that, like, as great as the Sekai Taikai is, that solves the Cobra Kai issue.
Yep.
But there's so much deep shit that needs to be resolved.
And like, here's the thing:
we're gonna get one big game fight. I'm telling you now, we're gonna get one big game fight for everybody.
Actions have consequences. You can't just go up to a drug kingpin's place and ruin his
operation. That's gonna follow me all the way home. Yeah. Don't be surprised if there's I've just got a thought, right? This is a filmmaking thing. Just before the Sekai Taikai kicks off, imagine the opening of the episode with what's his face, Hector coming into the valley.
Oh,
you know what I
then you know in the back of your mind the minute that tournament's done. Hey, son.
And then it's like you forget about it because the tournament's so hype, and then you see him pull up.
Yeah, they're
like,
all celebrating, and it's a great moment, and it's emotional. But then, literally, an episode after, we go into this. Like,
or what about this? Right, when you were talking about the baby, right, and obviously if they have the kid before the tournament, right, Yaya is watching the child whilst they're at the tournament, but it cuts away from the tournament, and it has Hector going in with the gun into the house. It doesn't show you anything. It cuts straight back to the Saikai Taikai.
And then there's a phone call, and it's like, wait, what?
Oh, they show you the ending thing.
Yeah, he's like pointing at her. Say it right now, woman. Like,
you know.
Oh boy.
Say it right now, old woman.
Hector will say it. Like, he has no respect for Yaya, bro.
Yaya's gonna go.
Yaya's the one that convinced Carmen to run away. So.
No, but you know what?
Because he even said in Spanish, he said like he couldn't stand
you know what?
Carmen or his annoying her annoying mother or whatever. Like
this Miguel Hector thing, they need to pay off because I'm telling you, the emotional gravity. Like we're in for an emotional roller coaster. We're going to be riding a high. Yeah, Robbie is celebrating with his family. Sam, they've all won. Fuck yeah! And
I don't want season 6 to come.
Just imagine this, right? You take a character like Yaya, okay, and this is a filmmaking technique. You take a character like Yaya that's a heart of gold, never hurt a fly. Imagine Hector hurts her.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I was about to say.
That's how you set him up to be the biggest.
I would do it because that there makes us hate his
if
guy.
the kid is with Yaya, you know, with all this going on, or there's a moment
that baby
she's alone with the kid,
definitely getting there,
and Hector beats her up. Can you imagine just seeing her bruised? That would send Miguel and Johnny to.
I mean, just imagine that. It's like so you told me I didn't have a son. Well, I'm going to take
an old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
if they do that,
Johnny's also going to fuck them up.
Just imagine like just a simple thing of like just I don't know pushing her to the side and something like that would be horrible. And I love it. I hate him like that.
He smacks her.
Dude, I could see him just smacking her with the gun, to be honest with you. Like, he ain't gonna like
with the butt of the gun.
Yeah.
I mean, just imagine how sad it's gonna be if like Yaya's standing there going, I'm sorry. Like just imagine that. It's sad. Like that and I think you gotta do it because you're gonna increase the emotional value and you're gonna raise the stakes to another freaking level.
I guess the baddest season right there.
Frankie said that he doesn't see a reason to bring Hector back, but you gotta understand why would they?
I think they are.
Actions have consequences. You can't just go up to a drug kingpin.
Remember the bag thing? He left his bag in Mexico, from what we know.
The thing is, right? Let's say hypothetically you give Robbie the win. What are you going to give Miguel? You still need to give him something.
I think that would be leaving Miguel's heart so open.
Here's a good way to do it. I think that
give him a real life situation.
Like, every season they always have that character like take a role where it's unexpected. Like season 4, we didn't expect that Amanda was gonna have a role where she's
agreed
helping Tori. So I think that with season 6,
Hector,
it's gonna be with Miguel. It's gonna be Hector, but I feel like it's gonna link Sam in it because I think what's gonna happen is he's gonna meet someone that Miguel cares about. If you do it, like Robbie will see his bullshit.
Do you remember what we all theorized about Silver's introduction?
So I think if you have Hector see Sam first,
do you remember what we were speaking about that? Do you guys remember before Silver was brought back into the show? We all said, how fascinating would it be if Silver's intro into the fold was interacting with the kids before the senseis?
Yeah.
They might do that with Hector.
So my prediction is that
Sam,
I think that she takes the Amanda type role like in season 4, but it's different. She's being manipulated by Hector to help.
I'm trying to reconnect with my son. Because Miguel probably didn't tell her.
On a funny side note, could you imagine Sensei Kim comes out there going, "But you care more about this thing than your own dojo," and Hector just goes bang.
What if Hector is what if he's not a spy, but like what if he's like he doesn't tell Sam right away that he's looking for Miguel? Like it's like some old bullshit. Like, oh, like I need help with my car. You like,
yeah. It's like
he's
crying
into
for information
tomorrow,
kind of thing.
and then that's how it starts. He keeps like getting close. What if he like meets Daniel?
Oh, he does it. He does what Terry Silver done with Daniel in Karate Kid 3, where he builds the relationship.
Yes.
Okay, I can imagine Hector doing this thing like with the car, like saying it's broken down, but then Sam's like,
oh, he'll be driving up in a whip.
Sam's like, oh, I can call you. My dad works at a car. I mean, he owns a car dealership. You can take this car in, and then in that immediate moment, Miguel rings up, and like Miguel, she picks it up. She, can you give me a second? And like, she goes behind Miguel,
and like he keeps getting these hints and stuff, and like
he just kind of looks like, oh,
that is how
she's talking to him. Yep. That would be creepy. That's not Breaking Bad.
Yeah, it is.
Like it's just how I think it's going to go. I think Miguel's arc is going back to his roots in this season. I think it's going right back to the beginning of it, because it's again, like, you know, they always find a way to balance every character with something. And I think if we're completing the arcs, the way you do it is you bring Miguel's arc full circle back to where it started.
Because Miguel's arc is still kind of incomplete to me. It's
exactly, it's still incomplete. It's not like I've already seen people that have put this out. They're like, oh yeah, it's oh no, there isn't much there. No, there is. It's a real life situation. Like, I mean, yeah, you could have Miguel win the Sekai Taikai, but I think there's a more emotionally satisfying story in having him go to war with his father.
Yep.
Yeah. Reject the past.
Reject it.
And that fully puts an end. That puts a full stop on the whole dad thing as well, because then they're more gravitating towards Johnny, and that's the point of
So we talked about Miguel, we talked about Robbie, and we talked about Sam. But like, where do you see Tori's story in this?
You know what? I know. So you know how we've all get right. So that's all right. Robbie's story, emotionally heightened, wins the Sekai Taikai, redeems his mistakes with his family. Miguel deals with his father, closes his arc. Sam pays off her arcs in season 1. Tori's mum's dead.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna.
You know what I think is gonna happen? Sam is gonna win, but she's gonna give all the prize money to Tori because Sam doesn't need it.
Now, that would be freaking.
That would be a way to peel off. That would be a great way to peel off.
Now that would be a Daniel move.
Wait, you're right, Darius. That's a possibility, because remember when Eli was like, "Oh, Tori's mum's the prize winners got." Like they made that thing
because Devin said you get money, because I think Devin said they were talking about it. Devin was like, you get money, and like
that's how she could go to college.
Yes,
this whole time I thought that maybe it could be Daniel.
Tori will go to college.
That's how they both win.
What if it's Chosen that ends up having a speech with her when her mum dies? I think that's I think that's still going to happen.
Because he lost Sato too. Sato died at some point.
Yeah.
And it would be like Daniel, what Daniel did for Miyagi.
I think Daniel might have a conversation. Daniel and Chosen could have a conversation with Tori.
Yeah, I need that music from that Daniel. That Daniel Miyagi. That's such an underrated scene.
Because we haven't seen his mum as well. And I feel like it's a plot point that they've saved.
Oh, not his mum. Daniel lost his father as well. So like,
his relation. I think it's time that, and this is going to sound so bloody morbid, but I think Tori's mum has to go.
Yeah.
Like in the most in the nicest way, the emotional like gravity.
Because I can see the end of an episode where Tori's mum like passes away.
She gets what if she's having a great time? Like, what if she's in the middle of training and she's having a great time, and then like
someone calls her saying, "Tori, your mum's like."
Her little brother calls. Need a moment that really connects them.
And the thing is,
dark as shit.
And the thing is, it's like she doesn't know if she could go to the Sekai Taikai because like she can't leave her little brother or whatever because she doesn't trust her aunt too. I think.
Yeah, that could tie it in as well. Yeah.
That's gonna.
Somebody will step up and be like, "Yeah, I can watch your little brother."
Daniel and Tori have not had a moment yet, so they need to.
Yeah, Lucille can step in
as well.
Yeah, that's the two characters that haven't interacted that really.
You know,
it's sort of like Brian and Letty in Fast Six.
There's a good spin-off idea there of Lucille doing like a cheaper by the dozen thing, like babysitting all the kids,
watching kids. I really think if Sam wins, Sam would give the money to Tori because Sam does not need the money.
That would be freaking beautiful.
See, that would be good because it would also help Tori get to a place she thinks she would never get to go because she says it all the time. She's not going to have the kid a life like the other kids. So it gets her to go to college. It gets her that future that she thinks she wasn't worthy of, which brings her story full circle.
Once and for all, it proves that Tori was wrong about Sam. It proves that she
Yeah.
was wrong the whole time.
And then it
Because
puts.
like remember, like Tori always had this stigma that rich people are bad, but like a rich person actually helped her out. Whatever.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
I know what you do. You just sat there in the color.
I didn't do anything.
Don't worry, you can brag when season 6 rolls around.
Hope I can.
Well, you probably will. The likelihood is quite high, but I think each character this season is going to have an emotional roller coaster where they all have an emotional scene, and I think Tori's one is the mum. And again, it sounds so heartbreaking, but if I was writing the season, I would pull that cord.
She finally has somebody there. She still has Robbie there to support her. She's
Robbie.
got the Russos now.
I mean, hell, you know that
they're
shot
all one big family at this point.
of literally Kreese cutting a turkey and them at a Thanksgiving dinner. Just do that. Like, I'm not even like have that.
This was gonna happen. This was gonna happen.
Get the fast, like
when the baby is born, they're gonna tell, "Hey, this is your Uncle Robbie, your Aunt Tori."
They need to do that. At the end.
Your Uncle
yes,
and you know the guy who narrates Ant-Man and tells the story. Like, just get Louis, right? Basically saying, okay, so he kicked him over a railing. They did this, that, whatever. Blah 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 blah. Like, you know, they went with each other.
Maybe Amanda could be the one that.
Dude, can you just? It's just like Jacob said. You have Kreese cut the turkey, and he says like a classic line. So I'm going to show this turkey no mercy. Everybody at the dinner now. At the dinner table now. Yes, Sensei.
We show no mercy, and then he just cuts the turkey.
Like he cuts the turkey, Mr. LaRusso.
Oh God! Could you imagine a scene with like
Mr. Russo? Would you please pass the gravy? Yes.
Would you please pass the gravy?
Wait, I can imagine Kreese. Is about to like pick up some food, and then Lusso like slaps his hand, saying,
"Do you know what? To be fair, maybe Kreese is the one that ends up living, and Silver's the one who ends up dying."
Yeah, because that could
the terminal illness thing is still out there.
Like that would be a good way to actually switch it up. Because so many people think they're gonna die. Which obviously it means it's predictable, and they don't like to be predictable.
Yeah,
because oh my God, could you imagine Daniel how awkward he's gonna feel if it'd be like, hey,
weird,
like imagine Kreese, looking at Daniel. That Kreese looks at Daniel.
I like
that. He's like,
I like.
Then he cuts it.
No! Stop!
Dude,
no,
you see that? You see like them.
It's gonna be.
You have that kiss mark on Kreese's cheek, and like Daniel's like, oh no.
Could you imagine like she wants a kiss on his cheek, and then Kreese has that Kreese smile,
and he's like looking over.
He's like, I think he would kill him.
Lusso and Kreese end up being a bit. Oh,
I'm sorry, they've got to do that. That would be funny as shit. Just all of them round the table, and then Louis trying to narrate, you know, how they all ended up.
They need a fast moment where they're all at a family like food event, because it would be just the funniest thing ever.
And honestly, bro, like I would actually put like the best around song, and like they start like a little bit of a food fight at the end, because. Come on, a generic.
You know what would be funny? Like Johnny and Daniel are like they're about to have a fight, and then they start laughing.
Yeah.
And then Kreese goes, "Anybody want Jello?"
They all just buckle with laughter.
It's like because I don't see them having like a normal Thanksgiving. I see them like throwing like some food at each other.
Maybe Mitch knocks at the door saying, "Here's your pizza."
Fuck off, penis, bro.
Fuck off, Mitch. You're no part of this.
Thanks,
dude. Can you imagine Kyler at the Thanksgiving dinner? Like, do we got any fish stick?
Where's the fish stick?
I like
this is the shit.
I like.
No. Like some people will show up and they're like, "Nah, you ain't invited to the cookout. You ain't family. Get out of here."
Oh, that's horseshit.
What if for like?
That's gonna be that'll be a good Thanksgiving though.
But there's still gonna be some like fun, lighthearted stuff.
Yeah, some of the Cobra
food, that'd be delicious. That'd be a great Thanksgiving. Italian and Hispanic food. Jesus.
Oh man, I'm just thinking about the fun nature.
Boys, you were saying about the Thanksgiving thing. Hayden said about season 6, treat it as like Thanksgiving.
He did.
But he's saying he was saying it like a metaphoric way about
like
all the
metaphoric.
scenes of Cobra Kai. But what if he's sort of teasing that?
I mean, Honeycrisp was teased.
It might not exactly be a Thanksgiving dinner, but it could be something along those lines.
It could be something along those lines.
You're the best.
Fast and Furious family thing, please. Come on. Can we get a little family gathering at Thanksgiving?
No. This is how you end Cobra Kai season 6. You get a knock at the door. You have a shot on someone's like clothing. You see a cross. You go up. Dominic Toretto.
I'm here to talk about the
real family has only
begun initiative.
And then it goes to the Cobra Kai Chrome logo.
I'm here to talk about the nitrous oxide initiative. Sign up.
Nah,
bro, like
to be fair, Miguel's like mum and Yaya, they say grace and all that kind of stuff. So if you just do it around the LaRusso house and say great, like come on, it's there.
No. Dom would be there. He's like, he asked Johnny and Daniel, "You want to be in Fast and Furious 11?" Yes, we
do. Dude, no. What you need to do is you need to get Bobby to say the grace, and then he asks Kreese to do it. Sensei Kreese, can you say grace? Like,
I'm sorry, but they still need to pay that off. Bobby and Kreese, I still need it. Come on.
Because Bobby quit Cobra Kai. That's canon.
I want that deleted scene to play. And also, we haven't had an interaction between Bobby and Daniel. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh god,
if it's the final season, no stone unturned. Do everything. I think we're going to see everything this season. I'm really sure. Final one.
They need to extend episodes. Just make it so.
Make it 12 episodes.
Either longer episodes or give us 12, please.
12 episodes to make them longer. Or do 10 episodes, right? And maybe they don't sell us, and you end the 10th episode and say, "Oh, end of volume 1."
Yep.
Just have it end, and then it says, you got the next volume out in June. Let's say.
Well, Stranger Things, I think didn't they do 7, and then they did. Stranger Things did 7 for volume 1, and then volume 2 was 2
because of
really long
episodes and shit. That's why. They did that because they didn't have the season finished.
They could do 7 episodes of Cobra Kai, then release 5 if they do 12 episodes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't even mind weekly episode releases for the final season, just to give it more build up. Because I think season 5, that would have been way more hype and marketing if they spread it out weekly. I think that would.
Yeah, imagine not knowing imagine that season 5, imagine episode 5 cliffhanger.
Imagine. I was saying this to RJ and Jacob, I think, a while ago. Imagine certain episodes as you see them as so. Let's say the 9th episode is Miguel gets injured. Waiting on the next episode.
Also, please, no screeners, please.
No, none of that shit.
Cobra Kai World. If they drop the volume 2 on or the second volume in July, I'm begging it's on my birthday. Because if it's on 1st of July, that'd be the best.
July 13th.
Shut the fuck up, RJ.
No. Closer to the beginning of the month. I'll move the Shemaine on this.
I mean, I was lucky that Stranger Things was out on my birthday, but Cobra Kai, obviously, any day over that. I just hope they do. I just wanted to be this season ever. I just really want to enjoy this every second.
Also, anyone out there, no spoilers! I swear to God, if I see one single spoiler, we're all coming for you.
Netflix, I'm talking to you, Netflix. No screeners this time, please. No screeners, please.
Yeah, and don't put the images from the final episode in the bloody thing before people have watched it.
That shit clearly doesn't work.
Don't show the entire arena. Let us be surprised on that, man. Don't show us the arena or anything.
Don't show us the whole season. Don't show us the whole season in the trailer.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Show us nothing.
Even if you want to have pictures, just have them pictures of them standing in a field. That's enough.
You've got to show me trailers of the first 2 episodes, and that's it. You keep everything else under wraps.
Yo, honestly, dude, I think they should just do the narration of old Karate Kid footage. This is trailer 2.
What they've been doing. Yeah, they need to stick to that.
Yeah, you can have lines from the characters in there, but I don't want to see anything.
Or you just show old footage of karate. I mean, Cobra Kai seasons 1 through 5.
You know what they should do? a character trailer for every major character. So a Robbie
Yeah.
trailer, Miguel trailer, like Sam trailer, Tori
They
trailer.
did this for season 4. They need to.
You
do
remember
that.
those little promo spots they did for Days of Future Past?
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
We
You
don't
know,
want
you have the first trailer be
Like it shows
Miguel.
like the you know like what Marvel does before a new movie comes out. Like it shows like the history of the character.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
do that, like show like Miguel's story, like Robbie's story, like show everyone's like story before the end.
That is.
Oh, they gotta be on security unlock the key for this one.
Oh, I'd love that. You know what? I can imagine them sort of.
You have a new line that they say like in the season 6, like at the end of the trailer, they show. Like,
You just drop a little hint.
Wait,
nothing
do
more.
you guys
just a
remember
hint.
in season 3 when they did those little character things where it like showed like a snippet of like a screenshot and it like flipped?
Yeah. Flick through
Little
it.
promos with the music.
Yeah.
They could also do that, but like just
I think
different music.
Endgame did something similar.
Yeah,
like
they could like show us like the character from season 1 to like.
They can even do like little cool trailers, but like on like Mario, like Super Smash Bros. It says challenge.
Oh yeah, so and so joins. So and so joins.
Echo is really loud.
Yeah, there is a mad echo from some one side.
Yeah, it's just because my earphones are in.
Well, like imagine that new challenger approaching, and then you see like Sensei Kim's student, and it's like her version of Bloody Hawk or something.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they could do a Cobra Kai trailer, like show Sensei Kim and stuff. That'd be cool.
Dude, they could do they could do the tournament trailer, like show
like a promo for the Sekai Tai guy, where it's like
global.
Yeah, do that.
They did that for season 4. I'm expecting them to drop the first teaser could be a Sekai teaser.
Yeah.
Then we get
the
proper
echo's
teaser.
a bit much.
Then the official trailer has like a bit of everything.
Who is it?
Yeah.
You guys still getting the echo?
Yeah, it's really hurt my ears.
It's not me. It's not me. I just muted.
Let me see.
Hello?
It's not me. I just muted as well.
Yeah, who muted just then?
I think it was Danny.
Oh, it was Danny.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Good?
Hello there.
They better go crazy with the marketing. They better go crazy with the marketing. This season.
RJ's face freeze frame was fast.
Netflix, can you please market this? Can you market this, please? Netflix, please
I'm
market
sorry.
this.
This is the global tournament. Like market the shit out of it.
Stop being a bitch, Netflix. And market this.
You think of all the money you can make off of merch because
What was
of
that
this.
face?
Yep.
I'm sorry. The level of marketing for season 5 was damn near criminal.
Yeah,
Sigma
it was.
male face. You see that meme, RJ? Are we signing off?
Yeah, I didn't know we were signing off yet.
Should I do my outro? So yeah, guys, I had a really good stream.
I mean, if you want to do that, you know.
If you know,
You know.
DC
If
fan.
you know.
DC fan.
And
The
on
only,
that
thing
note,
the only thing we're missing now is a comment.
Oh yeah, please get Andrew Garfield in season 6.
get him as
British sensei.
do it.
He's a British sensei.
Please have him in the final season.
Yeah,
that
man.
would be screw Amy Schumer, screw that Mindy Gandu, the one that did the Velma show. Screw all those people. Put my boy Andrew in because he's a big Cobra Kai fan.
Also, I
honestly,
love the cameo. I'm scared.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know that Mindy, she's a big fan of Eagle Fang, I think.
Of
Amy
course, she's
Schumer
a fan of
is
the
Cobra
Eagle
Kai
fan.
Just please get Patton Oswalt in it. Get Andrew Garfield in it.
Oh, Patton Oswalt would be hilarious. Patton Oswalt would be hilarious in it.
Tom Hardy, he's a big Cobra Kai fan too.
GSP.
Make him and Andrew co-senseis, a British senseis.
Oh,
me and Jacob as the main students.
The British Johnny and Daniel.
Andrew's like saying to one of our characters, like, go on, like
Venom karate. I'm just kidding.
Venom karate. Oh,
Venom
hell no.
karate.
or the chosen nation.
Welcome to Nation Karate. Welcome to web slinging karate.
I tell you what, you cannot go wrong with these Twiglets. They're really good.
Twiglets. I can't remember what they taste like. Are they like Marmite?
Yeah, sort of. Like a savory kind of thing. But with Twiglets, I like munching on them because they're just moreish. But they're one of them things you're either gonna like it or you're not.
Yep.
And I shit you not, I've given them to people before, and this has been their reaction. Right? They'll do this.
Twiglet sounds like a nickname.
Yeah.
I was called Twiglet growing up.
Maybe you could call Evan Twiglet. I don't know why.
Bro, I was
Magic
called.
Twiglet.
No, that's my nickname. He can get another one.
I'm not gonna say that on stream. Never mind.
Wait, nickname?
I can't say that on stream.
Wait, Darren, say it after.
All right.
I'm just curious
Danny, you're on mute.
Danny, you're on
I
mute.
know what you're talking about, sir.
I actually don't know what he's talking about.
But oh yeah.
And a good one, boys.
So good. Nearly 4 hours of just absolute epicness. And you know what? This is great. This is really good stuff because I want to take this opportunity, and I'm not dragging it out to hit the 4 hour mark. Totally not. But
yeah,
those Twiglets are dry as hell. But essentially, you know, for my American contingent, I love you boys. But can we get a massive shout out to me, Adam, and Shamoon? Because as of right now, it's 5:56 a.m. here in the UK. It's breakfast time.
Oatmeal time.
I'll be treating myself to a good bowl of oatmeal. I got Quaker Oats banana flavor, so I'm going to be trying that.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be pretty good. But we've covered a plethora of things in this stream. We've gone from DC's incompetence to just again, and again, and then again. We've talked about fan entitlement. We've talked about Star Wars potential, and then dabbled in some more the Oscars sucks.
Yep.
Talked a little bit about Doctor Strange. We talked about a wide array of topics, and give a massive shout out to our boy MMA King Kreese Jr. Danny Watkins for assembling the list.
You guys don't understand how much pop culture stuff that I have to go through every 2 weeks.
That's right. I am DC'd out.
Yep.
You're on TMZ.
I'm exhausted. I'm just tired. I'm exhausted.
Slate now. Don't forget, guys. DC Slate tomorrow or Tuesday.
Teen Titans season 6.
Better be on there.
Oreo. But there you go. Let's get back to the old school picture. There we go.
Teen Titans season 6. That's all I ask.
Right now, we're gonna hop on a call to talk about this slate once it's released. I can just
Apparently, Green Arrow might.
Gym time.
Apparently, Green Arrow might be.
Jim Luke. I'm gonna go to bed.
wait.
Green Arrow movie.
Oh well.
Yeah, well, it's always something negative because that company doesn't know whether it's shit shaven or it's.
I love to be positive, and it's not giving us a reason to be.
No, look, I would love to be positive, and I think I speak for all of us. I know sometimes I say, let's stay negative, but we always try
get negative.
We always try to find the positive in any situation, and in this case, I just cannot be arsed anymore. I can't. It's. Do you know you get to that point where you just had enough of someone's shit? You're just like, you know what? I'm out like Flint. Like I'm not.
Out like Flint, yo. We out like Flint, yo.
I can't believe. You know that scene in Thor: Ragnarok where Thor tells Loki, "I know what you're gonna do. You just keep doing the same thing. You just
the same goddamn thing.
And goddamn.
You just don't change."
He's just like, and Loki's like all upset and whatever else. It's like, yeah, well, Thor's like, you know what? I thought the world of you, blah 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 blah, but it's probably for the best. It's what you always wanted.
Yeah.
So it looks like I get to be the first person to ever tell you this. You're getting what you want.
Who's this?
That's what WB execs say. I hate to be the person to tell you this, but you're not getting what you want.
You're not getting what you want. It's like, you know what? It's not the first time.
The WB has hacked the stream. They had to stream.
WB's trying to get us out of here, bro.
They're trying to get. Yeah, well,
get out of here, man.
I'm gonna keep going for another 2 minutes till I can hit that 4-hour mark because I ain't finished yet. But the point being, right? If you take anything away from my post-credit scene stinger here, is know your worth. Know your worth as a person when someone's treating you like shit. You know your worth. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but essentially, with this whole Warner Brothers situation in DC. There's only so much that we can do. We have to just sit back, observe, hope it doesn't get too messed up.
But also communicate and treat others the way they want to be treated.
Yeah,
RJ.
Don't do what DC do, which is turn around, play victim, and then bloody pretend like they've done nothing wrong.
You should communicate. You shouldn't manipulate people and. I want to ask that to someone. What did you do? But
DC, what did you do?
Not a damn thing. That's what they did. But you should communicate and
communication
clarify.
is so key. And sometimes clarification comes in the form of not just in the actions of others, but the inactions and the inactions of that company.
It's not what you say. It's not what you say. It's what you don't say.
It's what you don't say. And I tell you, that company just keeps digging the grave.
Quit playing games like someone.
Yeah, I know. It's like the final nail in the coffin.
Final nail in the coffin.
Final nail in the coffin. It's done.
Also, a little bit of life advice for these people. If you want real change in this world, lead by example. Be the person you want everyone else to be around you.
You know what? Don't talk about it. Be about it.
Yeah. All right, that's a bar. I got to end on that. That's a bar. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. We're going to play the outro now. Darius, say it one last time, son.
Don't talk about it. Be about it.
Oh! That's DCU's new motto.
You hear that, James Gunn? I'm just playing.
You hear that, James Gunn?
I'm just playing.
Look at Danny.
I'm kidding.
Are you, though?
Maybe. A little bit.
Thank you all for tuning in, everybody. If you're watching now or after the fact, you're a legend for tuning in for 4 hours. See you all very, very soon. Thank you for joining me. MMA King Chris Jr., Cobra Kai Nation, Cinnamamba. Oh, hang on, let me go back. There you go. Cinnamamba. Go. Aiden.
Yow.
Yow.
Every single week. Every single week.
When someone says to you next and just before I end, next week is very important because it's another stream. But next week is yow. As I said with Sean, you don't just on a quick end credit scene. The reason you got to bring Sean back into Cobra Kai is you don't need you need someone that's just going to get in there, grab someone and toss them, not the whooshah. You need just someone just to get.
Sean is about.
Thank you all for tuning in, everybody. And one little 6-second clip.
End this rain.
Where is it? What's the damn clip?
Come on.